I see
It's
it.
potentially the difference between the Warriors getting relegated and not. At the moment, I would say the Knights are in there.
And I think finish fifth.
Yeah.
And they currently fourth, right? Ninth. Now, talking about in the 4 days.
Four days stuff, yeah.
But the teams below them are
for this 4-day series clash here between World Sports Betting Western Province and the Goldrush Boland. Derby in the making. Linton steaming with the first ball. Inside. Thought about having a little bit of a delayed start with a little bit of water, maybe a pipe left on, but it seems all is sorted for this local derby. Very big clash between these two teams for all different reasons. With me, Zahir Adams. Zahir, very good morning to you first and foremost.
Good morning, Eugene. Lovely autumn day here in Cape Town, sunlit. Beautifully struck there by Tony Zorzi. Proteus opener. He's underway with a lovely cover drive.
Well, that's one way of greeting you. With a lovely shot through the covers. Just still getting into his work, Linton Stearman. Yeah, I said that this is a big clash for all different reasons. It's a bigger picture. It's not just a 4-day clash or 4-day competition that this is about. This is to do with overall performance in all your 3 domestic formats.
See the way a little bit. There's a little bit of a grass covering there this morning, you think?
Yeah, a little bit of grass. All intents and purposes. I think it's a little bit dead, just rolled into the surface, hoping to keep it all together and bind it for the 4 days. But Western Province, they've won the toss, elected to have a bat first, taking the bull by the horn, so to speak.
Both teams playing the extra team now.
That's correct. So, is that, I mean, from Boland's perspective, Imran Nak and Greg Copeland, they can replace Michael.
You go back to your day there, sir.
The real leg spinner.
Fantastic leg spinner from Fisher, wasn't it?
He was. Played a few days for Pioneers.
Yes.
Yes, he played with him.
Yeah. His hair came in there, very worn-like.
You're pushing him now. Right, Clinton steaming around the wicket.
Talking about an appearance.
Yeah. Yeah, so Michael Copeland and Imi Manak sitting out. In comes Frisco Adams, the Iceman. Back into proceedings.
Hasn't been seen all season. And comes back for this big encounter. Plenty of experience.
Yeah,
Good to see him back.
as well as Ian Kamani back into the side. So the spin will be mostly operated by Sean van Berg and maybe Javier Makajima back on his home turf or previous home turf.
He was saying the other day, that's pushed again gently into the covers. They'll pick up a couple. Had a chat with him the other day, and it's yesterday actually at training, and saying it's quite weird driving into the ground because it's a lot closer to his home than Boland Park. But it will be a weird feeling sitting in the away change room after being on the right-hand side for so many years.
Yeah, the only reason why it would be closer to home, he just lives on the other side. Well, the team is staying on the other side of the train line. That's a good length. That's a good length. And just nipping or holding its line. 6 off the first.
Mentioning all sorts of things to play for. Western Province, for a little bit of a while, found themselves in a relegation scrap there after a very disappointing one-day campaign. A little bit of gusto in the 4-day comp, as their coach Salih Nakidin made it very clear that if they don't catch a wake-up, and that's a direct quote, they could be staring down the barrel. But they came back last week at Supersport Park and put one over the old arch rivals, the Titans, to secure their place in the CSA First Division this year. Daniel Smith, locally known as Stockies, the lanky left-hander, he'll take strike from the Calvin Grove end.
Yeah, for me, it's a little bit of a surprise having him up there. I thought Eddie Moore has been very prolific on the top of the order. But obviously trying to keep their tried and tested, it went so well for them up there in Pretoria. and they got through 3 days. Maybe they knew there was rain on the 4th. You were up there not so long ago. You were very fortunate with the weather, we have to say, with SA20.
Fortunate, mate. We'll continue after that delivery on that discussion.
That's no ball as well. So a little bit of an indifferent start here for Goldrush Boland.
Yeah, talking about the weather up country, was commentating in schools SA20, and whenever I'm up there, I always make it very clear that I'm not from those parts, that I'm proudly Cape Townian. And but I learned a few things there. You have to have a lightning app on your phone.
That's correct.
It is compulsory.
Yes, 100%.
It is compulsory. And the reason for that is it is a matter of life and death. The clouds, there'll be no clouds in sight, and suddenly everybody just holds out their phone, and if it's within 20 meter radius.
Oh, it didn't carry. That didn't carry, and Dudgeon is down. And now we see at both bowling ends here, just both bowlers not happy with how their front foot is landing in the surface. That can be caused by that little bit of grass that's on the surface, and sometimes you can't get past the grass, and then it doesn't get into sort of the ground part of it. That's why you see a lot of digging. Yeah, so you had to download
You have to download a lightning app, and this very, very made clear to you that don't look up at the sky, just trust the phone. Just trust the app. If it's within 20 meters, at least 200 meters, my apologies. If it's within 200 meters, get off there. And we were stationed up on a scaffolding, up in the sky, basically, above the side screen. And we were target number 1. That was target number 1. So the moment the local showed me that, mate, this is within the radius, we were down there in a flash. And it literally came in. A couple of games were affected by the lightning. But fortunately, they got back on the field, and that's the weird part. It can be storming right now. Within a space of half an hour, you're back out there and you at it. So yeah, it was a very educational experience up there in the north.
I'm sure it was. And you being a Cape Townian, any sign or any sound of lightning, you'll be off. You'll be gone.
Mate, running for cover. Absolutely.
You'll be Usain Bolt. You would be.
Absolutely running for cover. That's for sure. So yeah,
but it was a successful tournament.
Fantastic tournament, schools SA20. I thought the opportunities that were given, particularly also we saw a CSA hub team. They performed really, really well. The only side to actually eventually beat the champions down here from the Western Cape, Diocesan College, Bishops, better known as Bishops. Only side to give them a bit of a knock there at schools SA20. And the girls' competition, that was fantastic. It was the first time that the girls participated in a national schools competition. And to see schools like Nomandi from the Eastern Cape, John Dube from Komashu.
You got to mention Victoria Cricket Club. Otherwise,
I was building towards it. I think the school's manager, schools SA20 manager, is Vincent Barnes, obviously a former Victoria spearhead as yourself, and he was very proud to see his old club, the girls, participate there. I thought they did fairly well. They gave the champion Steyn City a bit of a fright in that game, but the class of Karabo Mesu, she's just in a different league. She should be playing for the Proteas. She went back got 100 in the final, and then the next day got a big 80 for the Lions in the senior comp. So certainly one to look out for, Karabo Mesu.
I will say that club, Victoria Cricket Club, they're having a very stunning season. Back in the Prem. And then I think the seconds also won promotion, so there's going to be some celebration.
Good things happening there. Calling you back there for the... Lots happening there at the Chaka Road, that's for sure. Victoria on the one end winning the Prem, at least the 1A going up back to the Prem. And on the other side of the Chaka, the Yorkshire Dragons.
The Yorkshire's also promoted.
The Yorkshire Dragons, they've also been promoted. Bit of a Real Madrid all-cast star there down in the lower leagues of Western Province that are slowly building their way up.
Coming to the fore.
Coming to the fore. heard they've got links to the test coach, Proteas test coach, Shukri Conrad. Is that true?
You being the journalist that you are,
I think
Zaire, you know every one of that. I mean, you grab it. You grab every story.
seen him down at a few training
Yeah.
sessions down there. Seen
It
him
was,
just-
yeah.
So yeah, lots happening down here in the Cape. Durbanville winning the Premier League this year once again.
Oh, beaten. But again, the ball not carrying. Now, I just looked at the way he's running in, and he's not running in with much gusto, and that is because he's not sure how that front foot's going to be. It's going to take him maybe an over or two for him to really get confident in planting that front foot as keeper and slip both come up a yard or two as well. I was just having a look at that, but he beat the Zorzi outside that off stump. Keith Dudgeon obviously on his way to Kent.
I must be very, very excited about that. George Linder, of course, spent a couple of seasons at Kent before, and now for Keith Dudgeon to go there, that's just a wonderful experience to play county cricket.
Yeah, Pato was also on his way to Middlesex.
Middlesex. I think he's warming up for that World Test Championship final at Lords, just getting to know which way to go down the stairs at the members' end. Had a chat with him at training yesterday as well. That's the end of the second over. Western Province 8 for 2. At least 8 for no wicket after 2 overs. My apologies.
I think we won one now.
So, yeah, I had a chat with him yesterday, and he's really chuffed. Obviously, became a bit of a legend down at Notts, at Trent Bridge. Opened the bowling with none other than Stuart Broad, and won Player of the Year at Notts for a couple of seasons, and really set him up for a return to Test cricket. And now moves to the home of cricket, Lords, Middlesex, where Peter Malan also spent a couple of seasons recently.
I was thinking about that move, in particular to Middlesex as well. There was a bowler that had Tim Murta.
Fantastic.
I would say Pato's quicker than Tim Murta, but someone in the same mould, just bowls at areas, good areas, and I think they wanted that back in their side, and I think it's a good signing for Middlesex.
You obviously know the Irish setup very well, and Tim Murta enjoyed a dream test at Lords a couple of years ago.
5 or 6, I can't remember.
I was rattling it over there. He got himself onto the honours board, and he was nothing more than military medium pace.
Watch what you say. What should you say? No bowler wants to be known as a military medium.
But he certainly had the skill to
Yeah.
picked up Joe Root, all that English batters ran through them, and walked off, raising the ball to the members.
Oh, that was close to wrapping him on the pads, but the bat just comes down. Hands on head once again from Clinton Stearman.
But how excited are we about that test?
But that is what I wanted to allude to you, and this is where I was going to go, especially once you said about Pato warming up for that. And we had this conversation last week with the Rhino when we were on comms, and I said we were talking about how they could prepare, because the boys are everywhere now. They're all over the show.
All over the
I mean,
shop.
as for Prince, the batting consultant, he's not seeing them.
Yeah.
Oh, but a movement as well back in. And I sort of suggested, why not go to Canterbury? Because they got a slope. 'Cause it's all about how you're going to bat on the slope, how you're going to bowl on the slope. What's your thoughts? Well, I mean, you've watched a lot of cricket. You know the English conditions. You know our players as well. What's the best way to prep, in your view?
So they do have. They'll be going a week before the time. They'll be spending time at Actonville. Is that it? That's where they'll be for the week. Just preparing, and David Bedingham, he'll go back to Durham.
Yeah. Oh, that is absolutely carved away. Back with a point. All the fielders have stood and admire as that ball races to the boundary for 4.
Gorgeous from Daniel Smith. So yeah, David Bedingham, he'll go to Durham. Carl Verena, he'll go to Notts, if I'm not mistaken. So there's quite a few that'll be around, that'll be getting accustomed to English conditions. Be great to see someone like Tony de Zorzi get a deal, short-term deal, possibly even the captain Temba Bavuma at Somerset or something like that, just to get in the groove, because a test match here will be played early in the summer, so there will surely be a little bit of June the 11th. That's the date. Save the date.
June 11th to 14th.
15.
14,
50.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14, 15.
Thank
That's
you.
what I said.
And the 16th is available in case it does rain. So, yeah, no, I do know the dates. I need to get that flight booked, definitely. But, yeah, it's going to be a special occasion. It's wafting outside the off stump is young Dan Smith. Maybe just still feeling the confidence of that exquisite square cut the ball before.
I think this is why we admire and love this format of the game. It's all about patience. You will get bad balls, but some time you just got to read yourself in. Some balls you might recognize. You just got to have the patience about it and the discipline in this format. There we go. Much better. Much better discipline. Ends the third. 14 without loss. Well, Sports Betting Western Province.
When you look at that Western Province batting lineup, you see the likes of the Zorzi, Bedingham, Verena, Patterson with the ball, but the Zorzi, Bedingham and Verena, you expect them to be in the 11 come June 11?
The Zorzi, yes, potentially. I would say Bedingham, yes.
Remember,
I would love to see Bedingham just want to bat a lot more time. Like I said, I'm not sure what the discussions are in the dressing room, but how they want to go and how they want everybody's role to be. Maybe they're just looking from the outside. It's a role where they say, Bedingham, can you score a little bit more freely? I don't think Stubbs is at number 3. I think if he is in the test, he's better at 5, maybe even 6, where if the ball is older, he can then play with a little bit more freedom. Those are just my views. Pato's always been consistent. He's got back 2 fifers in the summer test here.
Just got to remind you though that Zorzi and Patterson did not play in that final test, the New Year test here at Newlands.
Yeah, and that is where we're going to go to, and it all depends on particularly how this man here, Tony de Zorzi, is going to finish this 4-day series.
So if Tony de Zorzi plays, where does he bat?
Oh, he has to be on top. Who opened the last one?
Aiden Markham and the other guy got 234 here.
No, he stayed.
Ryan
Rickleton has stayed.
He got 234.
Rickleton,
You forgot about that one.
No. Rickleton will stay.
Markham?
Markham will go 3. Bavuma will go 4. Then you've got to decide what you're going to do.
So, Rickleton, the Zorzi, Markham. Not sure
That is
the
this
coach. He's will agree with you on that one.
No, he doesn't.
Doesn't have to. That's well left by Tony de Zorzi. Yeah, it would be great to see Tony de Zorzi in that lineup at Lords. I think he's done fairly well since he's come into the test side. Got a nice big 100 in Bangladesh, leading up in the WT cycle. So yeah, plenty to play for.
And he's recovered. I think he had a little injury as well.
He had a little bit of, yes, he did.
So can't get injured, then your place gets taken.
He gets 234. It was actually consecutive. Was it? Yeah. Got going there.
Ashwell Prince got injured in Perth.
Oh, that caused a little bit of drama, didn't it?
And then
JP Dominic got
came in, got 100, won the game.
And that caused plenty of drama.
Ashwell had to remold himself a little bit and went to open a few tests.
Got 150, yeah. Newlands in that, and walked up with his bat and pointed it at the selection room in good old Ash fashion.
Oh, that's down the leg side. No chance for Clyde Reed-Fontaine to get there. Bye signalled.
So this is a little bit of an indifferent start here. And in this format, you want to create a little bit of pressure. You want to start well, set the tone. That's what the men will say.
You know, take you back a little bit. And in that particularly, that period of time when Ashwell Prince was dropped from the test side, and there was plenty of, but there's a little bit of, just a few words were shared about how he felt about the situation. In terms of where previous players had been injured and would come straight back into the 11, and he was never asking to replace J. Dumini. He thought that J. Dumini was fantastic and in form at the time. He just wondered why they couldn't play together. There was a certain 4-day game up at Centurion between the test matches, and it was the Cobras up against the Titans, and that was quite a heated affair, if you remember.
I mean, it's heated in the best of times, I'm sure. Northern South.
Plenty of, let's just say that dressing room wasn't a very, very united one at the time. But do you remember Ashwell going up there and having a few words with Paul Harris? And yeah,
it's changed now, hasn't it? The dressing room. So
completely.
It used to be right next to. I mean, there was literally just, a paper wall between the two dressing rooms. You could look around the corner, you could see right through it. So it's changed for a little bit more privacy, maybe for that, for those reasons.
Yeah, good old Ash. Never one to not wear his heart on his sleeve, that's for sure.
Full ball again, driven again. And there's the class of the man. He's not going to let a half volley go and miss.
I think the key to Tony de Zorzi, he's trying to play the ball as late as possible, and when he's offered such freebies, he just leans onto it and strokes it through the covers. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. That's Tony de Zorzi.
Well, fifth playing sixth here today, with Goldrush Boland in fifth position, World Sports Betting Western Province in sixth, both of the 5 games played. That's down the leg side. That could race away for another boundary. Yes, it does. And this is not the start that Boland wanted, but exactly what Western Province wanted after winning the toss, with a run rate in excess of 6 to the over.
So you felt a little bit was a brave call from Western Province this morning. There was a fair grass covering on the surface, and to start in this fashion, in this manner, we'll just settle the dressing room a little bit.
Well, what's your thoughts on this log? We know that DP World Lions, they are well and above, sitting pretty on the top with 97.1 points. But then you look at the rest, from Dolphins, Titans,
down to Western,
Knights, Boland, Western Province.
6.24.
That's correct. That's all it is.
Yep.
So there's a lot to play for all these teams to get into that berth to play in the final. We surely would say that DP Lions.
So DP World Lions, they play the Dolphins this weekend.
Well, that's that's another big clash.
Should they beat the Dolphins, they run away.
Yeah.
And then it just brings everybody back into contention. Dolphins will be hoping to just close off the argument and grab a win over the Lions to secure their passage. But they could open the door for everybody else, and then it's a free-for-all bun fight going into that last weekend.
It depends what the other results is going to be. If Dolphins get one over them, they're in the prime seat then to host the final, maybe, because their last game will be the Warriors.
And that's going to be an interesting game, is that?
Get all cameras there.
Considering what has transpired over the last few weeks. Do you feel players get involved in all of those things and everything that's been going on? Do you think players, they get involved?
In terms of positioning and playing and what to play for, I'm sure they are thinking about it.
I think if you're fighting for your survival, you're fighting for your financial livelihood, I think that does heat it up a bit.
Then I think that's why the two divisions was created. I mean, everybody will have their thoughts and views on that. Now it's giving us a little bit of a nail-biting finish to the 4-day series. Much better.
Certainly think though, if in worst case scenario, if the Warriors do get relegated, it's 27 for no wicket after 5 here, Western Province. If the Warriors do get relegated, I just feel that it's a killer blow for cricket in the Eastern Cape. I don't mean it in a nasty way. What I mean by is that you have the Eastern Cape already in Yati in the Division 2. They're down there. And then you have Warriors with the Eastern Province, them.
You could even go as far as Southwestern Districts.
All in the Division 2. And you feel that that's a hotbed of South African talent. And you wanting one union in that side to be playing Division 1, to be given that geographical area the opportunity to play at the highest level.
It's always been up there. It's always been. Well, change of bowling. Ian Kamani into the attack. Man of short stature, but might be able to skid this ball along here. He has skidded on, but onto the legs there of Daniel Smith, and he has tucked it away nicely. Are they going to come back for 3? Well, that should have been 3. But it's only 2.
That's poor running. Yeah, that's poor running. That's a little bit sloppy from Daniel Smith and Tony Zorzi. I want to see a little bit more intensity there.
This is where my superstitiousness is going to come out, because that should have been 3. Now there's 5 balls here. And, I mean, if you're World Sports Betting Western Province, you just want Daniel Smith now to just get past his next 5 balls. That's all it is. Because if he gets out, then I would say, oh, but he shouldn't have been on strike.
That's how the game looks after you.
Nicely played through the offside. Again, just 1.
He does get off. He gets to the other end.
Well, okay. So there we go. Me and my superstitions. All gone, done and dusted.
All lasted all of 1 ball.
1 ball. 1 ball, mate. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
You heading to the... Yeah, surely. You heading to the final.
Busy trying to make a plan, that's for sure. That is for...
You haven't sorted us out yet. Not like you, Z.
Generally a lastminute.com type of guy, hey? If you ask anybody that knows me.
Well, that's down the leg side, clipped again, fine, and 4 runs. And at the minute, Western Province are looking very well here. Good platform set, but it has to be said the bowling has been indifferent.
Bowling has certainly been indifferent. Aigamani, he's come on and he's gone both sides of the wicket immediately. Hasn't been able to consistently hit a good line or length. Drifting onto the pads of both Smith and Zorzi, and then offering Smith a short delivery as well, outside the off stump.
Oh, wide ball again, just gets a bottom edge. That ball is also going to go to the boundary. Well, this is very, very indifferent. I have to say, I've seen Goldrush Boland a few times in all formats, and this is not the start that they wanted with the ball. Surprised I haven't given it to the left arm seamer, maybe Nyaka, maybe something different, because at the minute the right arm seamers are not doing the trick here for Clyde Rees-Fontaine.
Eugene, I'm even at the point where Western Province need to be a bit cautious, because bowling's been that loose that you don't want to give away a wicket to a soft dismissal, because it's so the previous one was way outside the off stump and Tony Zorzi just hung his bat out there.
Oh, beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Through Muran. Well, that's the 3rd boundary in the over.
3rd consecutive one there for Tony Zorzi. He motors along to 28. I think this could easily be Western Province's best power play of the season. 5.5 overs gone.
They're just allowed to play the shots, but I agree with you. At 10th, when the bowling is like this, and you get
loose ball you think you can put away, and then you just get a faint tickle, and then you're gone, and that just changes the whole momentum, the whole complexity of the day's events.
Stay sharp. Stay focused.
Good discipline again from Tony de Zorzi. 6 overs gone, 42 without loss.
Look at those numbers there, Eugene. Steelman, he's gone for 20 in 3, and Kamani's gone for 15 in 1 over his 1 over. So it looks like it's just a change of ends. Keith Dudgeon, he's just conceded 3 of his 2 overs, but he wasn't comfortable running in there from the Calvin Grove end. So they've swapped him to the Weinberg end now, and hopefully just feel a little bit better from this side.
I'm surprised he's coming around. The reason I'm saying that, he has the ability to bring the ball back in to the left-hander. Smile there for me. Well, first port of call here is to get the run rate down from 7.
Boland, they've not often they come down the N1 with their chest puffed out as they have this season. Been doing a fairly good job there, the Bolanders. Narrowly missed out on winning the one-day cup trophy. You were down there, Eugene, for that game? What was the feeling like?
I was first at an event before, and then when I saw the score was, what was it, 27 for 4, 29 for 4. But it's been a grind for them, and I think they thoroughly deserve to host the final. They played the better cricket in the one-day cup. And then nearly 25 years after their last success in one-day trophy or one-day competition domestically, I mean, that would have been some story. 25 years on from the last time Boland won a domestic trophy.
1999, what a night. Boland beating Eastern Province that night at Boland Park.
Mm-hmm.
The likes of England batter and Afghanistan coach now, Jonathan Trott.
Trotty was in, Kenny Jackson.
Remember Pravin Amre?
Pravin Amre. I do.
It was a very decent bowling attack that Boland possessed back then. It was Henry Williams, Charles Willoughby,
Carter, left
Neil
arm.
Carter. Yeah, good old cards. Chatting to him a little bit these days. Condelanga,
The late
the late
Condelanga,
Condelanga.
yeah. Also went up to play in Scotland.
Yeah.
Well, this has been a very good over.
Charles Langeveld, of course.
Yeah, we did mention El Chico.
Did we?
Yes, we did, yeah. Well, there's a maiden for you, Zahir, first of the day. And all he did was just keep it line and length outside of stump.
Just stick to the basics, and just try it up a little bit there. Dan Smith, it's all good. Yeah, but Boland, they've made some key acquisitions this year. Gavin Kaplan swapping this beautiful stadium for the one down the road at Boland Park. Also brought in guys like Keith Dudgeon. He came back, he came into the side. Grant Ruler, so he moved down from the Dolphins. So there were key acquisitions, particularly in the batting unit. that has really helped Boland this year.
Well, Kaplan and Rillison are in the top 10, in the top averages this season. Rillison being in second place with an average of 84.8, and Kaplan taking up 7th position with an average of 57 this season. The thing probably that Western Province will be looking at is their batting, with only George Linde, who's in 5th position with an average of 60 in that top 10. That's going to go to the man on the point boundary, and early on already you see that Fortuin has decided, no, I'm conceding too many boundaries, let me make a change here.
I think if you look at that batting card, the national batting card, you have to remember the likes of the Zorzi, Bedingham, Morena, they wouldn't have played much. They've all been elevated to the test side. It's more the depth of Western Province that have been tested this season. The likes of Smith, when he's had opportunity, Yasin Valley, you'd expect a little bit more from those type of players this season. Eddie Moore.
That is cut away work for the man on the point boundary to do. He's going to keep it down to 1. Yep. Bjorn Hendricks also been injured. They haven't had the left arm seam of Berger. So they've had the struggles with injuries this year, or this season. On the bowling front, they've got the likes of Carl Simmons, who's been a very good performer for them. He's out for the season, we're led to believe, with a little bit of a knee injury. The Western Province do have 2 men in the top 10 when it comes to the bowling. Well, that is going to race to the boundary, is it? Oh, magnificent fielding by Keith Dudgeon. And he keeps it down to 2. So the men with the ball, Carl Simmons, he's currently holding 5th position. This is with bowling averages, that is, averaging 17.28 for his 25 wickets this season. And then the man that has come in, Jody Lawrence, occupying 8th position. He's only played 3 games, averaging 19.5, taking 13 wickets. So he's had a good start to his first class career.
Very happy for someone like Jody Lawrence. He's someone that's toiled away, hopefully hasn't done a knee there. Clinton Stearman. Just a little damp the outfield today. Could be potentially dangerous there, and that I can hear you oohing and eyeing. That's all you're feeling is I was a big fast bowler. Now when I got up gingerly like that, didn't always seem good.
Especially when the ground is a little bit softer underfoot.
This time of the year, very, very dangerous down here in Cape Town. Remember the test match played here couple of years ago now I should say. It was in late, possibly April, against New Zealand. And they needed the hovercraft to come over just to dry it out. Basically became a batathon between Stephen Fleming and Hashim Amla that set the tone. It was actually the rebirth of Hashim Amla that set him on to the great things the mighty Ash achieved. But yeah, the first morning, got the little hovercraft out. You remember the groundsman over here back then?
Is he the one that went to Joburg?
Not Evan Flint, wasn't Evan Flint. I'm talking about this was years ago.
Oh,
This was your time, you played that back then. Down here?
let's just look at the pitch, mate. Wow.
So, yeah, so very interesting playing. The weather looks all good and it's fine up top. The mornings are just getting a little bit chillier down in Cape Town this time of the year.
Yeah, a little bit of a dewy start. But yeah, I was looking at that run, and you can ill afford to lose your main bowler in the first session on day 1.
Keith Dudgeon. He's just trying to bring an element of control here from the Wyoming, a little bit loose from the Calvin Grover.
Yeah, it has been. Ayakamani conceding 20 runs now for his 2. Dudgeon can boast the best figures here, 3.3, just the 3 runs conceded. But it's his last sort of 9 deliveries that have been very good. He bowled a maiden the previous over. He started well here now with 3 dot balls. And that 3 dot ball is going to change to a 4 off the 4th, as that's neatly played by Tony de Zorzi down to the vacant 3rd man boundary. And that brings up the 50 for the World Sports Betting Western Province, coming in the 9th over of just 53 deliveries. 8 fours in that.
Zorzi, he's certainly been the dominant partner. Anything that's been slightly over-pitched or short, he's dispatched it with ease.
This is giving Western Province a great momentum. Forget about the platform. It's all about the momentum. They're scoring their runs very quickly. And in this format, if you can score very quickly, you're going to give yourself enough time to bag 20 wickets, because that's what it's all about. Oh, will just be that 4 off that over. 51 without loss, Western Province.
Not much of a breeze here this morning as well to possibly assist the seam bowlers in terms of swing. Cloudless sky as well, so might be some tough going if you're not going to be executing your plans to precision for the seam bowlers. And as you called it, Eugene, we do have Akona Maniaka, the left arm seamer, into the attack. Another one that has played his cricket down here in Western Province before moving across to Boland.
Yeah, he has. And he's always been on the fringes, been in the squad, played the odd game as well. He did play last week. Obviously last week's game was curtailed by rain. Just on a word on the matches elsewhere, the Lions playing the Dolphins, the top of the table clash there. Match hasn't started, a little bit of a late start there in Johannesburg, or Gauteng. The Titans versus Northwest. Northwest batting first. They're currently 21 without loss after 11. Now the ball worked on the onside, and it's been too many balls hit on the onside for me, Zaire. I know they want to attack the stumps, but it's a different sense here. At Boland Park, you have to bowl
Absolutely.
wicket to wicket.
Couldn't agree with you
Yeah,
more.
you've got to be a little bit more patient, and going there off fourth stump, fifth stump even, and hover around there, and seeing now the patience is with the batters. It's a different sort of surface here.
Feel that Poland is so comfortable playing at home, because it might just be about 60, 70 k's away, but it's entirely different world where the wicket's very, very flat. Need to go wicket to wicket, bring in the spinners, where Newlands is a lot more traditional, where catches behind the wicket actually come into play, and not in front of the wicket. You have 2 slips in a gully, so wanting to keep it just a little bit wider. And that's the direct opposite of what we've just alluded to. Easy pickings for Dan Smith of his pads.
No matter where you go, even within South Africa, each surface will have its own way of getting the best out of it. Yeah, Newlands, it always has been fourth stump, and being on the stumps, these batters are so good enough to hit the ball off their legs, and we've seen a lot of boundaries on the leg side already. Again, a ball that's far too straight. Just that patience to stay out there. It's not there from Boland this morning on day 1.
Always thought of Maniac as more of a white ball bowler. It's one that bowls cutters, Yorkers. Had that spectacular last over a few years back for the Cobras against the Lions. I haven't really seen him much in the red ball format, and you have to have a lot more patience in the 4-day game.
Well, Boland have got Fariska Adams in the side as well, and I know he's coming back from a long layoff with injury as well, and to come into a 4-day game,
Your loads up. Is your loads up?
you're looking at coming in, a team is going at 5.7 to the over.
Tough going, tough going.
Point man is going back out to the boundary again. The IPL have kicked off with a bang, hasn't it?
I was just reading some crazy stat the other day. After 5 games, there were 117 sixes. Gee, that's just madness. That's just absolute madness. Carnage, as they say.
I'm glad to sit where I am. They probably would. It would probably be 200 if I was playing.
200, what are you?
Oh, there is a ball. There is a ball. Now that is what Newlands is all about. Hover it out there. If he leaves it, that's fine. But you want him to come into your area, come into your bubble. And that time, Tony Zorzi is just having a little bit of a feel outside that off stump.
See, Tony Zorzi just admonish himself after that shot. He walked away thinking, I've played like $1 million this morning. I cannot be giving it away like that.
Very tentative that time.
Just back to the IPL. It's been carnage, man. Absolutely.
What was the Delhi? The Delhi Capitals won a game from absolutely nowhere. They had no right winning that game.
Yeah, but in that game as well, I'm a little bit perturbed about these impact players and.
Just pick your 11, you say.
Yeah, how many batters do you want, mate? Look, I think there was in one of the games where a batter got out and then he got substituted and another batter walked in. Like, are we making this up as we go along? I mean, surely it's a game where bat and ball is still a contest, and I I know it's entertainment. I mean, we're in the entertainment industry, but geez, it's a bit like WWE at the moment.
The game yesterday. Who was that? Lucknow was playing.
No, it was Kolkata Knight Riders
Knight
against
Riders.
Rajasthan Royals, and that was actually a better one.
Was it the Rajasthan Royals? Are you sure?
Rajasthan Royals versus Kolkata Knight Riders, and I'll continue after this delivery. It was actually a wicket in Guwahati that just spun a little bit, it gripped, and Moeen Ali came in there, and India have a superstar in Varun. You got to go with his surname there, Chakwarati. That oak is an absolute magician, and bowled these 4 overs, 2 for 17. I mean, these days 3 balls go for 17. You know, so contained Rajasthan to 151, which is unheard of in the IPL at the moment.
It was more to the. It's much better. It was more to what we normally see.
Yeah.
150, 160.
Paw, you know. And then Quality Cock walked in and he played a little bit of a gem, 97 of 61 balls. And I was listening to him after the game, and he was saying, I know guys just tee off and they just smoke it, but this wasn't that type of wicket. So I just went about it in my normal way. He still got 97 of 60. He still got 97 of 60.
Won by 8 wickets, man.
Yeah.
Bags of
With
wickets.
bonus.
Who's the impact player? I mean, take your pick.
Take your pick. So, I mean, there's still a place. So he gets 97 of 60, and he says he's gone quite slow today.
Well,
what is the game becoming, mate?
you know what fascinates me? Sorry that we talked about this IPL. Is that if you look at the dugout, it's packed, man. And that's not all their players.
Mate.
It is. It's much better now. Have you got the discipline to stay there in Nyaka? There's 2 now. Can you just keep building on that? Short of length this time. Just for 1.
Deep point. Certainly a position that has been under plenty of scrutiny this season, Eugene.
Mate, I was just saying when I saw that going out, and a certain gentleman that's here at this ground
At
today,
this very ground.
He's not with us here. He's not in this building, but he is at the ground.
Please don't say he's not with us.
No, but he's
He's here.
He's here.
He's here. He loves it. He absolutely loves it.
Oh, he doesn't. Don't even.
Could you not?
No.
That was dollops of sarcasm.
No, that was just terrible
It was
from you.
dollops of sarcasm. I've been on comms with him on a few occasions, the Cape Fox, where he's absolutely admonished that position.
Well, there's two of them then, both from the wildlife fraternity. that wouldn't have enjoyed that fielding position.
$59 for no wicket after 12. Western Province going along nicely. The hosts.
Oh, that is absolutely smoked. Absolutely smoked through the offside by Tony de Zorzi as he moves into the 40s.
Deep extra cover or not, or at least deep point or not, made no difference. Deep extra cover might have helped, but Tony de Zorzi, he picks up another boundary this morning.
Oh, maybe just a tad squared up there. Tony de Zorzi going very well, 42 or 48 deliveries.
Just interesting stat for you. 42 or 48 deliveries and 8 boundaries already. 8 boundaries. That takes him up to 32. So 10 runs off the other 40 deliveries.
Oh, that's down the leg side. Oh, that's on the edge of the fingers from Clyde Reid Fontaine. He was diving away to his right. Those are ones that keepers do not like.
That can only do damage. That can only do damage. Did excellently to get there. Looked for all money like it was going to run away for 4 buys.
I know they got gloves on and inner gloves and maybe the fingers are taped up, but when you dive like that and the ball just keeps swinging away from you, the tendency is it will just clip the edge of the fingers. You a keeper back in your day?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Did they call you the wall?
Yeah, no, I enjoyed my time behind the stumps.
Can't be enjoyable.
It was absolutely enjoyable. I loved it. When you're a youngster, you want to be involved in the game. And fielding out in the square leg boundary in the Cape summer sun wasn't quite my idea of a fun time. I wanted to be involved. I wanted to be involved in the action. Every ball coming my way. So yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
First short ball of the day. Well handled by Tony de Zorzi, and why not? Moves to 43. End of another over. The rate is still above 566 without loss after 13.
Still trying to make sense of Eugene. I was wicketkeeper, goalkeeper in football, and goalkeeper in hockey. What were they trying to say?
You just didn't want to run, man. That's fairly simple. You just said that you didn't want to run. In the winter, I'm not unsure because you want to run around because it's probably raining.
This is freezing.
And then the old football, didn't really have to tackle then.
I think maybe just lack of skill.
No, I just didn't want to tackle.
Stick him in the poles, give him the gloves. That was it. Yeah, good old. A waft there from Tony the Zorzi. Fortunate it's just no alarm through to the keeper. But that's the first ball that Nyaka's actually just got outside the off stump. And immediately there's opportunities created.
Especially when you're in a little bit of a run form like these two have been for Western Province. And you get more tendency that they might just keep playing at it because that has been the norm this first 13 or so overs. There you go. Now the ball's been played, and that's played beautifully through the cover region. Work for the sweeper to mop up. He's quick enough. 2 runs it is. Ayangamani out there. Yeah, I tried my hand at keeping. You know, when you go to England.
I cannot imagine you as a keeper.
When you go to
You're
England.
the tallest keeper ever.
Yeah. Well, there's Pothers. He was tall.
Mate, he's not as tall as you.
He's tall.
He's not as tall as you.
Anyway, I tried my hand at it because in England you can play your main games are Saturday, and then they say, there's Sunday league, and I thought, no, you don't need to bowl. I said, right, no problem. I'll keep them on the pads. Should have just worn my normal cricketing batting pads because the keeper pads just didn't do it for me.
That up at your ankle, basically.
Yeah, not an easy job. Then again, us bowlers, we got to run in miles to keep bowling and bowling and bowling.
Neatly played into that man on the deep point again. Tony the Zorzi, he keeps ticking over. Western Province keep ticking over.
Well, it's going to be drinks. That's over. And I'm sure Boland, Goldrush Boland would love that drinks break to be now, just to break a little bit of the momentum that has been going on here. And it's all in favour of World Sports Betting Western Province.
I thought when Clyde reached for time, when he ball hit his finger, I thought he was going to pull a Rishabh Pant there and just roll over for a bit, just try and slow down the game, because this is first hours run away from them.
One ball to go to that drinks. And when you look at the ground, this ground in particular, it's one of the more picturesque grounds. I've certainly enjoyed being at Boland Park as well, with the mountains on the side as well. But yeah, there's one mountain here to our left.
Doesn't make a statement, doesn't it?
Blue skies. Beautiful.
Not a bad life.
Well, there's a dot ball to finish the 14th over. World Sports Betting Western Province 69 without loss. And we're going to go to that drinks break and join us in a few moments. We still on day one and still in the first session, yeah. And it's all been Western Province so far in this first hour and 5 minutes. 69 a partnership between Zorzi and Daniel Smith. Zorzi on 46 not out, Daniel Smith 17. There's been quite a few loose deliveries bowled by Goldrush Boland. It's going to be Glenton Stearman to continue. Well, Zaire Adams, maybe that drinks break is just what Goldrush Boland needed, because they were very much far from their best in that first hour.
It's disappointing also for someone like Clinton Stearman. We said before the game that if there is somebody to extract a little bit of from the surface, it would be their most experienced seamer.
See, that's a dangerous shot for me with the ball coming back in and with the angle back. More often than not, you can see maybe play that onto your stumps.
It's a little bit better from Clinton Stearman. The conversation at the drinks break must have been about let's focus on an area and just try it for a couple of overs. Let's just draw up the runs, let's hit those areas and see whether the Western Province batters make an error or have a lapse of concentration.
Come through for 1 year. Yes, I know there isn't red ball cricket in terms of international cricket in the upcoming season that lies ahead. However, South Africa will be in Zim for 2 test matches. That's happening after that World Test series, that World Test final. That's
If I'm not
happening.
mistaken, it's the very next week. If I'm
Yeah, so that's happening from the 28th to the 2nd of June. And then the second test being the 6th and the 10th of July. Apart 28th of June to the 2nd of July, I should say.
when last have South Africa played a test match in Zimbabwe?
2017.
Dane Pitt's debut, if I'm not mistaken. That was his first series. Got a 5-1 debut. The off spinner.
Then they go into a tri-series of T20 cricket with Zimbabwe and New Zealand. Also over there in Harare. That starts on the 14th of July, running through to the 26th of July.
Fantastic to see Zimbabwe get a full program. They've got more test cricket than us next season.
Yeah, they've got more test cricket than you and Ireland thrown together.
Ireland will be in South Africa over the summer.
Oh my goodness gracious me. How close was that?
Easily the best ball of the morning.
Oh,
Coat of varnish.
swung in the air, nip of the seam. Tell you what, one thing, Tony Zorzi will not be leaving the ball at that line or length anymore.
Well, that was a good leave, wasn't it?
Tell you what, if you only had a ball to go away from Tony Zorzi here now, you would be in business, because Tony Zorzi will not be leaving any balls around that line. No chance. No, that's down the leg side. That's not the ball you want. That is definitely not the ball you want there. And this has been the story of the day so far for Boland, just that inconsistency.
It's also just not understanding of what he was doing. Had the one that came back and surely wanting to take away the next delivery.
I agree. I mean, I know of a few men that would have been there at that mid-on position and just talk to the ball and say, listen, just give me the same ball again. And if the ball just doesn't need to seam. That puts so much dart. They talk about spinners just turning. You only need to turn one. Put a little bit of dart in his head. Seam is the same.
And that's what makes someone like Bjorn Fortuin that good. It's a straight delivery that actually gets you. Right, this. Whatever the conversation was about during the break, Wanamaniaka not quite getting the message here. Daniel Smith, he'll be content to just plod along. Tony Zorzi, he's the one that's free flowing on the other end. He knows that his role in this partnership is to ensure that Province don't lose a wicket.
When I have a look at Nyaka, I've got a tendency to think he's falling away off the pitch a little bit too quickly. And sometimes that can have an effect on your wrist, and we've seen a few balls going down the leg side. See, everything just pulls him towards sort of the offside. And he wants to get a little bit more straighter in there. I know you don't want to run onto the pitch, but he's not going to be in any danger of that because he's so wide from the stumps.
Absolutely. That's the end of the 16th. Province cruising along at 75 no wicket. The Zorzi unbeaten on 48, Smith on 17. You can see the Boland bench getting just a little bit itchy, going on that first walk. You know what the first walk means, Eugene?
I told you. I just think they're walking the wrong way.
Clinton Stephen, he's been a bit better since the drinks interval.
He has a little bit more effort.
Okay, so
Just getting through. Goldrush Boland beating Western Province in the one-day series, the one-day cup series, and it's been a while since they've done it all in two formats in the same season. And at the minute, Western Province are definitely not going to allow him to do that. 75 without loss, 16.2 overs into the day's work here.
First short delivery of the morning, and the umpire says it's a little bit too short. Tennis ball bouncy there from Clinton Stearman.
Yeah, just a little tad, maybe a little bit more effort.
Certainly trying to show his skipper that he's Revved it up a little bit. Oh, that's the first one that's really found the outside edge. Due to the start that Western Province have, there's only 2 slips and a gully, deep point, because of the way that the Zorzi has started, due to the looseness of the Boland bowlers earlier.
I feel point is coming in as well as the deep squares coming in, so it's a very sort of normal field we see these days. Oh, that's close. That is close, and that is gone. And they finally broke this partnership, and that is the end of Daniel Smith. He's got to go for 17, leg before wicket, to Glenton Stearman.
This was 17 of 36 deliveries. Dan Smith just falling over. Glenton Stearman, we said that after the break, he's been a lot better. And the walk does the job for the Bolanders.
Yeah, what did I say? Walking the wrong way. They wouldn't care.
I think at Boland Park you walk right, at Newlands you walk left.
Don't know.
Dan Smith, he'll be disappointed. He quite comfortable there in the just on the 80 minutes that he spent at the crease. Just falling over, trying to work it towards the leg side. Gets wrapped on the pads, this Dan Smith.
Yeah, and that was much needed for Goldrush Boland. As we mentioned it numerous times, that first style just hasn't been. They haven't been at their best during that period of time. Over here, they've got a wicket, and then they're going to get another left-hander in Eddie Moore, making his way to the middle. And usually he finds himself out there from ball 1. He's had 16 overs to watch how these two men were putting on a good platform for himself, and he comes in with a good platform and with some good form. Helmet and everything has been brought on here. He's just talk about Eddie Moore not liking the short delivery.
He's found a way of countering it in white ball cricket, where he just opens up his thumb, steps away, and has a full flash. Not quite sure that he wants to be doing that in the red ball version of the game.
Well, the field is an interesting one slip, a gully, a leg slip. Looks like short leg is going in, square leg, fine leg is also on the boundary.
Is it a double bluff though?
Oh, hence I will say, you get an edge there and it goes through second slip. Who are you going to do? Who are you looking at? Who will you be looking at?
That certainly seemed a way, but Eddie Moore certainly knew what was coming, and he was still backing away there.
Well, things have just livened up a touch. Things have just livened up a touch.
Called Eugene one little wicket, and it suddenly everything changes. Western Province 77 for 1 after 17. One wicket. That's all it took. We've had a morning where Western Province openers, they were dominating. Boland bowlers couldn't find the length. Suddenly one gets hit on the pads. He goes out. Helmets come out. Short legs go in. And we have a bit of some fun and games.
will be fun and games when Eddie Moore's on strike.
That's for sure.
Voices are now being heard there from the Boland team. The Zorzi one away from a 50.
Know that his job is not even half done here. He enjoys batting at Newlands, the only batter in the history of this famous ground to score a triple century here, a couple of seasons back. That's much better from Niaka. That's where he wants to be, in that business area, asking the Zorzi to push forward.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Turned off his legs, and that will bring up Tony de Zorzi's half century. A very, very good one there by the Proteas opener. He's looked comfortable and he salutes his teammates. 51 of just 68 balls and 8 boundaries for the Western Province opener. Again, the Zorzi, he'll know that this is only the start. He's got himself in. He wants to cash in on this, what's looking like becoming a really good batting wicket.
Well, it's not just a start, he must really cash in. To me, he's been gifted 50 runs here. Opening session. And this is only what you dream about when you're opening batter. It's just like to get to 50 maybe after lunch, but not here before lunch. There's still a lot of time to go.
He really has been gifted a large portion of that half century.
Large portion, all of it, all of it.
Being generous there to him at least, not so much the Boland bowlers. Drifted on his pads, they offered him short deliveries outside the off stump. You also got to put them away, and that's what he did.
$18 gone, 79 for 1. Well, let's see if the fun and games are going to continue here with Eddie Moore on strike.
Certainly consultation now between the captain and his strike bowler. Also got a senior player there in Avi Makajima.
Fresco Adams, Clinton, and Keith Dudgeon just shining the ball.
So plenty of chatter going on there, just to play a little bit even more on Eddie Moore's mind. What is the plan? What are they coming at towards me with?
Okay, so the leg slip has been done away with. Or is it going to be done away with? The square leg has been done away with.
So the man that was at square leg, he's going to come into leg slip. They're going to go with 2 slips and a gully. Short leg is staying.
I think where that comes from is the very first delivery to Eddie Moore just seemed away. That's the one that. So Glenton Steeman said, Skip, I know we're wanting to bounce him out here, but what if he does get that edge? Let's just keep in the extra man. Here we go. Eddie Moore says, I'm not ready.
It wasn't you, was it?
Eddie Moore says, I'm not ready. It's always fascinating in red ball cricket. How is a little game within a game?
Always. He's always something.
He'll be a relieved man to get off strike. There's Eddie Moore.
Well, I think that was your double bluff there. Because I just looked at the captain, Clyde Rees-Fontaine, and he was very much happy with that line and length. They were hoping that he wouldn't get any bat on it and wrap the pads again with the feet in the toilet, as they say.
Stuck in the cement.
Oh, he's driven a ball delightfully all morning. And there's another one to add to the list. Again through the offside for 4.
Seems that Tony Zorzi is playing a different game. Speak about a game within a game. He's playing one all on his own. Eddie Moore's worrying about leg slips and short legs, and he just leans onto that front foot and strokes a 9th boundary for the morning.
Do you reckon he's out there? I don't think Tony doesn't need to prove any point, but you reckon he's out there just to show people what he's about, Tony Zorzi? He's come out very positive. Yes, the bowling has sometimes given him that freedom to score runs, but he looks a different batter to me here.
I think that comes from the experience of having now had a taste of international cricket. He's played both one-day internationals, been to an ICC trophy, ICC tournament. He's been a regular in the test side for the last 12 to 18 months. So you'd like to think that, having shown that he can perform at that level, and when he drops down one, he comes here and he dominates. So I don't think it's much more of a case of proving himself. It's more of a case of, you know what, I'm comfortable at this level and I can actually just express myself.
Straight on drive. How glorious is that for a shot? Second boundary in the over. And he's continuing on his merry way, Tony Zorzi.
Speak about expressing himself. That was an expression of beauty. Just leant on it again, hitting it under the eyes. A few more prettier sights in cricket than it's on drive. Eddie Moore certainly taking notes on the other side. What am I going to do when it comes my way?
He's not getting any in his off.
Not at all. Not at all.
Another over comes to an end, 19 gone. The rate is still 4.6, 88 for 1. That one being Daniel Smith. It was LBW to Steelman for 17.
It's interesting to see that Western Province have gone with Wesley Bejda. He's back from fitness as well. He's back. he's been struggling with injury, the young man, this season. But he was very impressive last season. And Western Province, of course, do have within their ranks South Africa and the 19 star or Ike Daniels. He's now been called up to the senior squad. You've seen a bit about him this past summer?
Seen a bit, seen a lot. Seen a lot of him. Started at the Kaya Majola, and even before then, certainly has been a very good performer for Western Province at Kaya Majola, and then went on to represent the superstars as what they were in the Cubs.
Oh, yeah, you have seen a bit, haven't you?
And then went on to see him in the S19 series with England. He was up there with the play. He was a player of the tournament at Kaya Majola.
Would you like to see the youngster get run?
If you ask me, looking at that lineup that they have there today, I probably would. The reason why I'm saying that current team has got 5 seamers in it, and then the spinner of Linda. So you'd say, okay, if you're going to go with 5, why not give the youngster a go? Because you've got 4 other seamers.
There's enough protection around him.
Yeah, I think he's very good with a new ball. I think he's a very good new ball bowler. Oh, there's an outside edge, well played by Eddie Moore into the ground. That's going to go to the boundary yet again. And the boundary count in this first session, he's just climbing. So here,
All the time. Eddie Moore, he picks up his first. Not quite as convincing as he would have liked. Still counts all the same. Province moved to 92.
I would have loved to have seen him. This is Mr. Daniels now on the surface, and I'll tell you why. The surfaces that they were playing on during the series, the youth series.
And docile.
And I just think I was watching him this morning, and the ball was zipping through to Justin Kemp, the assistant coach here at World Sports Betting Western Province, and yeah, maybe I would have liked to have seen him. And Western Province could have had a look at him. Maybe the situation where they find themselves in the overall log dictates, listen, we need to go with a little bit more experience.
That's better from Niaka. That's much better.
Do you know what I found interesting during that series, talking about Drake Daniels, is that when you get to Kaya Majola and the Cubs week, the seamers are restricted to their 6 over
Russian,
spells.
yes.
But when you go to international, which was that series, it gets taken away at under 19 level.
But so it gets taken away for the actual game, but he couldn't play the next one because he had reached his loads. So how do you explain that? So, yeah, it becomes an interesting dilemma. So, Majola week, you bowl 666, Cubs week 666. This match you can bowl as many as you want, but sorry, mate, you can't play the next one. Yeah, it's a funny old game sometimes, and the decisions that get made, only certain people will understand them. So you actually got player of the match in the one test match, and
He did, yeah.
didn't play in the next.
He did. Did he?
Didn't play in the next. So
No,
much
he did.
better from Niaka.
Yeah, that's much better. Much better line than that 20 gone. Yeah, but the pitches were...
Stellenbosch equally?
Stellenbosch, yeah, it was just slow. And that's what I'm saying, the slow nature just... maybe just didn't suit him.
He did have
But
the
there was-
benefit of him playing Majola 3 weeks, 3 games on his home ground.
Yeah, but that was also...
That was...
The pitches weren't the problem. It's the balls. It was cooker match balls. Balls last all of 10 overs, and then it's
try and hit this to all parts.
We've had so much introspection on how bats have improved. Have balls got better?
Well, you as a wicket keeper, you've seen every ball come to you.
Mate, we played with. There's a rock, just have a go. That's what we got.
There's certainly been talks about the manufacturing process that's different, and that's maybe helped, or maybe not help the whole situation.
What ball would you have played with as a junior?
Well, we played, I remember, at club cricket, we played with Kookaburra, I think it was Kooka matches,
Yeah.
but that's at club level.
Yeah.
Then when you got here to this level, you obviously played turfs. But the whole, as I said, the whole manufacturing of it is different. I mean, I looked at a couple of balls that these boys need to pick from, and you can literally see some of the seams are different. So it's like a fine seam into the ball, it doesn't stand out, and some seams stand out very proudly. So the way I would go with it is, if a seam is standing out proudly, it means that maybe the leather is not as solid, which means the ball would maybe deteriorate a lot quicker, which means you're going to reverse swing a ball. If it's finely stitched and no pronounced seam as such, where it stands out, the ball will last longer, you look after it, which means the reverse swing will happen maybe later on in the inning. So there's a lot of thinking that you need to go in. It's not just about picking a ball.
Certainly seen the cost of balls rise over the years.
That is 100% true. And I think that is why we've seen other balls like Inways come about. We've seen a few more other balls come out that sort of.
I remember as a youth growing up, Dad was a regional coach here in Cape Town in the Western Province, and come home with this box of balls. It was literally, you knew that these ones would break your cashmere willow bats very, very quickly. They were rock hard. I think they were made literally to play on the synthetic mat wickets, and which were generally accompanied by a bit of gravel around on the. After 3 overs, that was reversing, mate.
There's a lot of chat that goes into the ball situation. How we just liked, maybe that Kai Majola week, we spoke about it very long and hard, and I'd love to see them if they're going to go the Cooker match route, just have 2 balls, one at each end, because when they come to Cubs, there's a total different story. 2 new balls at either end, white balls that is. That's good running.
It's one thing about Eddie Moore, he'll scamper through for any quick single on offer. 21 gone, with the Province 93 for 1. If you are seeing a few spectators stream in, of course the Varsity College is on site here at Newlands. Instead of sitting in the cafeteria during a lunch break, why not come down and watch a bit of cricket?
See, they've allowing you can use the saliva back at the IPL now.
Yes.
Just for this tournament, and it just has to be for that tournament.
I think Faf du Plessis might be carrying a bit of chewing gum in his pocket again.
No comment, sir.
One of the most interesting periods of my journalistic career, Eugene.
Yeah.
Out in was in Adelaide, and it was absolute mayhem. Absolute mayhem. It all started the week before in Hobart, where South African captain Faf du Plessis was chewing a bit of gum, and the Aussie television crews, Fox Sports in particular, just zoned in on Fuff and his chewing gum, and it literally became, it just absolutely blew up. Resulted in the former Proteas security manager putting a reporter through the window at a certain airport. That'll be going down leg, says the umpire, comfortably. Yeah, so it just blew up one after the other. And as I said, Zunaid Wadi, who is quite a calm individual at the best of times, he might be head of security, but he's a very calm individual. And that day he just had enough of this Aussie reporter, picked him up and literally almost put him through a window. And then from there, went to Adelaide for the hearing. And what a mess that was.
You went to the...
Yeah, we were in Adelaide, sitting outside, waiting for the ruling.
That's excellent running from Eddie Moore. Ran the first one very, very hard, and easily scampered back for the second. So yeah, I just don't know what's wrong with just this basic line and length outside the off stump. Again, giving a batter a start. Now they want to be more attacking with a shorter delivery.
Interesting to see when we see Sean van Berg being brought to the attack. The leg spinner.
Oh, that is again on the legs. And again racing away for another boundary. And that brings up the 100 for World Sports Betting Western Province of just 134 balls with 14 boundaries.
It's just too easy at the moment for Tony de Zorzi. He's picking it up like he's picking grapes at a wine farm.
Yeah, I don't think they'll go with Sean van Berg because of the left-handers. They're going to go with Aviwe Makajima more.
Just feel he'd at least make them play a lot more. Wicket to wicket.
This is the thing. I mean, and I've had this conversation with every commentator that I have been with, and the reluctance of teams. Like now you said, why not bowl Sean van Berg? And from what I've seen is they're very reluctant to do that because of the two left-handers, because the ball will come in. And I sort of think, but I never saw Australia say, well, Shane Warne, you can't bowl to left-handers. You need to bowl to whoever.
So it's something that's come to the game, which is matchups. And left arm spinners to left-handers, as soon as a left-hander walks in, left arm spinner comes out of the attack, because it's all about matchups. You got to feel that if you're good enough, you got to back yourself. You don't see the right arm seamer saying, no, I don't want to bowl to left-handers or anything to that effect.
Well, the only thing I will say with this man with ball in hand is he's been a bit of a golden arm for Boland.
He's loved his time since he's been there, hasn't he?
Even now he's bowling ahead of the likes of Frisco Adams as well. Will Eddie Moore use his feet? Will he look to tuck him on the onside? Maybe just paddle around the corner as the man on the square leg boundaries moves squarer.
That's good running from Eddie Moore. Said that he'll scamper through.
A little bit flatter to Tony Zorzi here. Oh, that could be a couple. And there it is. Just drifting down the leg side. Again, easy pickings for somebody that's in 65. He now moves to 67. 18 minutes to go to the lunch break. Sort of bunted. Good work by the Iceman Frisco Adams. Keeping it down to one. That was well played by Tony Zorzi, but through the go for another single. 105 for the loss of one. 23 overs gone.
Certainly must be a bit of a shock to Boland to see teams batting at close to 5 runs over. Doesn't happen very often down at Boland Park, where hovers between 2.8, 3 runs to the over. Must be a little bit of a shock to the system. Just how are we going to go about this? How are we going to contain this batting lineup?
I think if we're honest, and that's always what I want teams to look at, is just be honest with yourself and just say, listen, we didn't bowl well. We can't come with the same game plan from our place to Newlands here, and it's just different. You got to be patient. Ian Kamane now back into the attack. Tell you one person I would have loved to have been out there bowling. He's Vern Philander.
I think every time you get to Newlands, he'd love to bowl out here. He owned this place. This was his little playground. If you go to the Calvin Grove end, where the old area where the scorers used to be, there's a little plaque there on the side. And every time he takes a fifer, it just chisels it away. And let me tell you, that plaque's quite full up. Created his own honors board, did he? Oh, that was naughty from Tony Zorzi.
Tell you what, he gave it the full kitchen sink. He's missed a few out there.
Eddie Moore just comes across and says, batting well, going along nicely. Let's not throw it away. Let's not open the door.
I was going to ask you, is that the type of person anymore he is? And I think I asked him my own question. Yes, he is. Never stops talking.
It's like there's movement off the pitch, but just way too wide.
Yeah, I'm for one I'm not unhappy with that, because let's go with let's bowl out wide outside that off stump. I wouldn't take the slip out as what Clyde Rees-Fontaine has done now. That's not something that I would do.
Again, that's when, as I said, when the opposition are going 4.5, you're not accustomed to it. It's how do you formulate plans?
Would you take slip out?
Nah, not on the first morning. I don't care if it's 200 for one. First slip's going nowhere. It just keeps chatting away, doesn't he?
Never stops.
And I don't think Tony de Zorzi is quite that individual that enjoys people talking to him all the
Just
time.
leave me in my space.
He's quite a bubble type of guy. So, quite an interesting pairing at the crease for Western Province at the moment.
Well, interesting shot that.
I think he realised the man he is out there on the deep square boundary and just paddles around for another single.
Have they been patient enough, Goldrush Boland?
Not at all. Not if you look at that particular set of deliveries. He's gone nicely outside the off stump, 3 deliveries, and immediately something didn't happen and we revert to the short ball. It's an old school cricket ground, the grand dame of South African cricket. Got to pay your dues, show its respect.
So I'll catch up with news from around the country and the other 2 games happening. They've managed to get on now at the Wanderers, where the Dolphins are batting first 19 without loss against the DP World Lions. 89 for 1, the Dragons versus the Titans. That's a steady start there for them at Supersport Park. So if you are there in the Gauteng area, Pretoria area, a lot of cricket happening in your neck of the woods. Tossed up. It's well played by Tony de Zorzi. A little bit slower through the air.
It's all action cricketer, Avi Makajima. He's at you all the time.
I wonder what it was like Eddie Moore and Nakajima batting together. I mean, they won't stop talking to each other. Every ball.
Live commentary don't need us when they're there. They've played together then? Not sure.
That's a glorious shot. Downtown he goes. All the way for a 6. And maybe that victory last week against the Titans has filled this Western Province team with a lot of confidence with bat in hand.
Eddie Moore said, I've had enough of this short stuff. This is more to my liking. And he picks up the first maximum of the match. He's had a good T20 campaign, did Eddie Moore. Leading run scorer in the competition.
Love seeing him at the top of the innings.
Certainly used some interesting methods to accumulate his runs.
Oh, during that series? During the T20?
Didn't mind whether they went over the top or through the legs. They all count.
There's no remarks, Colin.
driven, hard, pass, mid off. The 6 followed by the 4.
As soon as Boland feel that they're getting a bit of a grip, Province counter attack. And now it's the turn of Eddie Moore.
A lot of work for Goldrush Boland to do here. They've conceded well over 100 runs in a session. It's not what any team wants.
And it's only going to get more. There's still a couple of overs before the luncheon interval. Could be 130 by the time the players do go off.
And it's the fact that you just got to find a way to get the game back. Get some control. First way, or the only way for me that I think they should do that is by getting the run rate down, just applying pressure.
You can't be bowling both sides of the wicket, Eugene. It's always, it makes life hard for the captain. It makes life just tough all around.
In 25 overs, how many maidens do you reckon?
1.
2 maidens. Not
Both
far
by
off.
Keith Digit.
Both by Keith Digit. Which means if you're not bowling maidens, you're trying to create a little bit of pressure on the batter.
The old age saying, create a couple of dot balls and the wickets will come. No matter what format of the game.
Old saying? Or I think it's just
The
a
saying.
norm.
Just the saying.
It's just the norm, mate. Driven uppishly. It will just be the 1. I don't mind that from Ayakamane.
I think Abani now just looking for some sawdust there for that foothold. So has been a problem, Calvin Grove, in for the seam bowlers.
I think the problem you have there is the amount of moisture your feet is actually gathering while you're running up. And then by the time you get to the plain surface here, it's just a little bit slippery. So it's not so much that there's an issue at the bowling, the actual where your bowling foot lands. I think it's more a combination of as you're running in, and there were talks about potentially having a little bit of a late start because there was water moisture on that end.
This is an interesting question. So, Test cricket and the heart of summer starts at 10:30 in Cape Town. Yet first class cricket in March in Cape Town. Late, very late March, starts at 10 a.m. And I know you've got to bowl an extra 10 overs in the day. Sun still sets at 7 o'clock though.
Well, not yet, because of that big rock that's in the way. That big rock just curtails things a little bit. I do get your point, but yeah, it's an extra 96 overs in the day, yeah, compared to 90 when it's test.
Instead of 6 overs, extra 10.
6, extra 6, yeah. So 2 overs per session.
That should be all right. No, it's not. Maybe got away with one there. Over gone. 26 overs completed. 118. So would you like to see this game starting later?
I'd like to see it start a bit later. I'd say you could play till 6:30. Yeah.
They do an interesting thing in the Tull area, don't they? Where
Oh no, they've got to start at 5. They've got to start at crack of dawn, mate.
well, sometimes they do have a longer middle session and then they have a shorter session.
They don't have a final session.
Yeah, it's all the tell. Well, we're going to have Sean van Berg here, and that is always. I think the hand has been forced a little bit.
Absolutely. None of the seamers have been able to create any form of pressure, and Ava Makajima struggled in his previous over. Eddie Moore just taking a little bit of a liking to him, sending him downtown. So he will have the veteran leg spinner into the attack.
Well, under 13 overs to the hour, which is a little bit concerning.
And I want to start a bit later.
You want to start later.
Might have to switch the lights on.
Well, that's if it's allowed. It wasn't allowed at Boland Park. Play together. These two know each other quite well. Playing at Titans together.
Comfortably turned around the corner. Tony Zorzi, he'll be quite content just to sit there at the other end.
He has the experience. Now he goes down for a chat because he knows it's like 3 minutes to lunch.
Saying, and I think it's a big chat because Eddie Moore does like to get off strike. Yeah, and Tony Zorzi is not going to run here if it's not necessary. That's for sure.
Tossed up, driven down to long on.
Gene, I know leg spinners are wanting to settle in and, possibly get a bad ball in that first couple of deliveries, but got a deep point, mid wicket, long on, and a square leg.
Oh, full stroke a little bit. Maybe that was the good one. Yeah, answers on the postcard, please.
Send us a comment on the stream.
Because it is going towards lunch and people or batters don't like to take any risks. Heading to lunch.
Sure, you want to cramp it up a little bit, and I know we called for it, but it's a little bit more than the mandatory last over before lunch. Throw the ball to the spinner.
Pulled away. There's still a couple of minutes to go, so this will be the last over coming up now. And it's been an interesting session. It's been a session where at the start of it, Western Province won the toss, elected to have a bat, and the position they find themselves in 120 for 1. If you haven't seen what has transpired here during that first session, you would say, oh, it's a session that, yeah, they've batted well, which they have done. They have batted well, but most of it has been due to the bowling. The indifferent bowling, we have to say, of Goldrush, Boland as well. Only 2 maidens bowled in the session so far. It's going to be an interesting lunch break for both these teams. Always say I would love to be a fly on the wall. I was told last week it would be a big fly.
What is that? I'm going to Google what is a big fly called. brought up the deep square leg into regular mid-wicket position now.
Well, this partnership, after the last one, this one has grown to 43.
Boland have managed to bring the run rate down to at least under 4.5, because at one stage it was going at sevens. That was that initial power play. Looks like the lunch break is over of the youngsters as well. They back to class.
Ooh, that's a good one. That was a good one.
Got it on spot there. Agamani.
Not given as one. Still got one in the bank.
3 deliveries before the lunch break.
Kerry hasn't been that sort of consistent.
Particularly from the Calvin Irving. Has kept a little bit low. Here's the call. Get it up there, are ya? Last couple, get it up there. This is better from Agamani. His first 2 overs cost 20 runs, leaked.
Well, that will take us to the lunch break, where it is World Sports Betting Western Province that have enjoyed a very good first session here on day one of this 4-day clash here between themselves, World Sports Betting Western Province and Goldrush Boland. It's been tough going in the first session for the men down the road from Boland, only managing to pick up that 1 wicket of Daniel Smith, leg before wicket to Glenton Stearman for 17. As both teams will go off for that lunch break. So we're going to enjoy lunch, so join us in about 35 minutes. We will come back for the resumption of this game. A very good afternoon once again from World Sports Betting Newlands for this 4-day series clash here between the home side, World Sports Betting Western Province, and of course Goldrush Boland. A little bit of a derby happening here, but certainly Western Province would feel much the happier at lunch after amassing 120 for the loss of 1 wicket. That wicket being Daniel Smith, who went for 17 LBW to Glenton Steenman. But it's Tony Zorzi who certainly looked the part. Out there still 72 not out, and with him is Eddie Moore now, and the two of them have put a partnership on of 43, and the runs are coming very quickly at a rate of 4.3 to the over, and I'm sure Western Province would want to continue in that vein of form as well. But in terms of Goldrush Boland, they've got a lot to do. They've got to stem that run flow and try and eat into this batting lineup of Western Province. My name is Eugene Molan. With me, Zahir Adams. Zahir, Boland have a lot to do in this session.
Welcome, Eugene, and to the viewers. You'd like to think that there were some hard words being said in the dressing room during the luncheon interval, that not many bowlers tucked into their steak and mash, and instead just had a look in the mirror, because they certainly let themselves down in that first session. Western Province, though, they will have many conversations around, let's just continue the way we were going. We were gifted a free session there, and let's see how we can fully take advantage, because it's only going to get flatter. This morning the chat would have been about, let's get through that first hour, and instead they've got through a couple of hours quite comfortably and rattled along. So now they really want to get stuck in.
Keith Dudgeon, starting proceedings after lunch, starts with a short ball, and I'm interested to look at what the tactics going to be from Goldrush Boland here in this session of play. We'll keep a mental note of that 4.3 runs to the over. Only operating with a wide slip. There's a wide slip, and then there's a man that's sort of just fine of gully. They've got a boundary rider which is on point. They've got a fine leg on the boundary, and then they've got a man that looks like he's just in front of square on the onside, also on the boundary. Beats the bat. And you have to have a little bit of fortune going your way, especially as an opening batter. He certainly had a few where he played and missed. Tony Zorzi.
For the most part, though, he was comfortable. He latched onto anything short or full, particularly graceful through the covers.
It just shows the class of a man. He's driven the ball well through the covers, driven the ball well straight as well, and then off his legs. I mean, what left-hander's not good off his legs? As the old Rhino would have said, if you're worth your grain of salt, I think he says. That's the first run after lunch.
Keith Dudgeon, he's been the most impressive of the Boland bowlers. He's the only one to bowl a couple of maidens. Been consistent outside the off stump, and it's good to see that they've started with him after the lunch session.
On the leg side it goes.
Certainly the plan is to remain digging it in short too. Anymore, it brings us to the end of the first over after the lunch interval. Western Province 121 for 1. Looks like it is Aigamani that will continue the attack from the Calvin Grove in. He was a little all over the place in that first session. And he starts with a floating delivery outside the off stump, but Zorzi not able to take advantage.
Yeah, and we still haven't seen the likes of Frisco Adams. As we know, he has battled with injuries as well. No slip, Mr. Adams. That's one for the over.
Sound of Tony de Zorzi's bat sounds really beautiful. Not able to pierce the field.
Ooh, he was tempted there. Wide outside the off stump. Dragons seem to be going all right now. 117 for 1 after 30 overs. That's with the game against the Titans. That's at Super Sport Park as well. Titans would love to get back to winning ways after their loss with inside 3 days to Western Province last week. And then the Dolphins are 36 for 1 after 12. They had a late start there against the DP World Lions.
A little bit of movement away from the left hander outside the off stump.
I like that. I like that. You're saying right for now, for the time being. The reason why I say that's a hit for the time being now, they've got to get that rate down. So if you want to score runs, you're going to have to come and chase it right outside that off stump. That's nicely driven. Out to the point man on the boundary. So just the one off that over. Steady enough. 1, 2, 3 for the loss of 1.
That's better from Boland. They are able to just tighten it up a little bit.
Well, Beto and Beja has decided, listen, we want to walk around the field as well, and they're walking left to right. Oh, sorry, right to left, I should say. And
Looks like Nabi's been left behind.
yeah, guys. Bowling union needs to stay together. I thought bowlers would just want to have their feet up as long as they possibly can.
Absolutely. No need for any walks there.
I'm not sure what that is all about. But I can only put it down to boredom. Height. Just a little bit of height. Henry Williams is walking the other way around. Must have been a big lunch.
I certainly wouldn't know.
Not long for you, Zahir, not long to
Just
go.
a couple of more days. Just a couple of more days. I've been told though that I can miss a few more. So definitely no rush, no rush.
Just a few more.
Few more lunches. No harm in that.
Oh, that is beautifully played. And that point will mop up. That's Ian Kamani. He's very quick across the ground. It just keeps it down to 1.
Certainly have got that aspect of the game. That you want your quicker fielders in the business area, and somebody like Tony de Zorzi is in full flow. Definitely that deep point becomes a big scoring region.
Look like we're back to the old short ball treatment here. One slip, gully, leg slip, short leg.
It's amazing once teams discover any form of weakness or in that armor, in that technique, they just zone in on it.
They don't get away from it.
Anyone knows when he walks to the crease, immediately he's going to get a barrage of short bowling. He's found ways to counter it in one-day cricket where he actually backs away and hits it over the slip region towards point, sometimes into the deep point region. Not sure you want to be trying that in 4-day cricket.
Saw him play here. I can't remember who it was. I think it was the Knights. They also tried to go with this sort of tactic towards him, the strategy against him. And then sometimes he just sort of lines it up, which means for me, sometimes that instinctive player, where just out of the blue, he will just play the pull shot, and he hits a great pull shot in front of square. And it's more, I find him a bit more instinctive rather than, you know what I mean, we just want to go for it.
The end of the 31st over. Moore survives another barrage of bumpers. Western Province 124 for 1.
So are we seeing that maybe from Ayakuman is in, he's going to try and
be more economical about his bowling it wide outside the off stump, and then from Dudge's end here and be more attacking.
It's an interesting period of the game now where runs flowed quite freely for Western Province in that first session, and Boland have done well in this 2 and a bit overs after the break to 3 and a bit overs, just to tighten it up. See how Tony de Zorzi responds. He was very easy in that first session. Now he's got to graft a little bit. Does he have the patience to get through this period?
Oh, and that is why I said I like this tactic where the bowler's now saying, listen, if you want to score, you're going to have to fetch it from wide outside off stump. There's men aplenty in that cover region as well, including the deep point. Hence why I like the fact that they're looking at getting the run rate down and frustrating batters that way, because they're not frustrating batters by playing and missing, because we haven't seen too many of that. Early on in the second session, you can see a little bit of chess now. If you want to score runs, go and fetch it outside off stump. This is what this game's all about. It's in the air. Oh, just past Van Berg. Oh, that was all so close.
All the Boland fielders with their hands on their heads, they knew that was the opportunity that they were trying to create. We spoke earlier about dot balls creating pressure, and that's exactly what's transpired.
Happened in the 70s, happened in the 80s, happened in the 90s, the noughties, the 10s, and will keep happening.
Absolutely.
You string a few dot balls together, batters get frustrated.
I've always been fascinated by Eddie Moore's grip. He holds it very, very tight and right at the bottom of the bat. Just feel it doesn't create any rhythm, does it?
Well, it's worked for him. He certainly has got his way of holding it. Well, Buff had his way of holding it as well. Asimamla. Good players, great players, made it work for them. Driven for no run, and this is a good period of play this now for Goldrush Boland. Just one off the over.
For the first time the run rate's dropped below 4. Western Province 125 for 1 after 32.
We had this discussion as well early on in the season with the likes of where we potentially would see 4-day cricket going. This is now after the baseball and everything else, and now seeing here, I think with the way modern cricketers are, they don't like too many dot balls. That's why you just go back to just try and starve them from that. They themselves are probably giving it away. All of a sudden we see the ball hitting the outside half of the bat. There was a play and miss. There was a shot with the ball going in the air. all of a sudden, you might say, oh, there's a few chances now potentially coming the way of Goldrush Boland. That's when Zaire Adams comes into bat, and then the ball is doing all sorts, nipping off the seam, swinging, all sorts of
It
lights.
was a flat deck all morning, and suddenly a little bit of spice. That's what Tony Zorzi wants. He just wants to run it down to third, man, get off strike, and leave all the fun and games to Eddie Moore.
Well, here comes the big change in the field. One slip, short leg. Yeah, they come back in again. Man on point, he's going to come in as well into the ring. That beats Bowler mid off. And come back for two. Frisco Adams running all the way from mid on to mop that up.
And that also brings up the 50 partnership between Tony Zorzi and Eddie Moore. 97 balls, 5 boundaries, and a 6.
It's down the leg side. It was well played despite the oohs and ahs. Hands on heads, but that was extremely well played by Eddie Moore. Down to fine leg. Well, the Western Province trio that went for a lap has been broken up. They're now left with 2. The man in charge, he's gone missing. He's left the youngsters to themselves. Good work off his bowling. Ends that over. 129 for 1 after 33. So here Adams is starting to have a little bit of a break skin. Joined here by the Cape Fox himself, James King, who has been here all morning and now the afternoon. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Eugene. Thank you very much for the introduction. Much appreciated.
Oh, you just seem to make this your second home.
This is one of my 2 homes here in the Cape, I think. A few others last week as well, where we were both busy with a very successful Veterans Cricket Association South Africa over 60s tournament here in the Cape.
I, for one, enjoyed it thoroughly. A lot of characters on the field, a lot of characters off it, but culminating in a very good closing ceremony on Monday, where Zimbabwe over 60s won that tournament, and rightly so. Ayakamane going to continue here. It's been a very interesting first session. I'd love to get your views on it.
Yeah, it has been the first session, so going into lunch at 120 for the loss of 1, and so in the 25 minutes since there, it's been clear that, especially with both Omani and Dudgeon operating, it's been clear that there's been a change of focus from the Goldrush Boland team, and had the privilege of having just a bit of a chat with Ezra Poole. Just after the lunch break, we were sitting upstairs and chatting to him, and certainly weren't happy with the opening session with Goldrush Boland from a bowling point of view. Certainly, and you mentioned it to me as well over the lunch break. Not their finest session, certainly, with having the opportunity to bowl on. It is a good surface, but there was certainly something you felt on offer for them early on.
Yeah, I thought there was. It was just indifferent. I think they chased the stumps more than just honing in on a line and length outside the off stump, which you tend to have yeah, sort of an old school type of approach. And you've got to have a different game plan. What is your own and your home ground? That's why that's an off stump, driven, work for the point man. I don't think he's going to get there easy. No, he's not. And that's going to be 4. He's sort of running very gingerly there.
Yeah, Akona Mnyaka coming around from his position at deep backward point. Another boundary for Eddie Moore. He was quite keen to take on Habiba Ngajima early, before the lunch break, wasn't he? Came down and hit a 6 and a 4 off him in almost consecutive deliveries. Trying to play himself perhaps back into a little bit of form here, Eddie Moore.
Yeah, he has been. I still think he has had a good season. I would still love to see him in the top of the innings. However, he's coming in at 3. Daniel Smith has gone to open. It's much better getting in line, and you can see how he's preempting this because he knows the bowler's going to go outside their off stump. So he's moving across a long way.
He's probably taken an off stump guard as well, has he?
He has taken an off stump, and he's even going further to that offside, and it's just trying to negate that wide line that Ian Gaman is trying to give him here. And sometimes you must just be wary of chasing it a little bit, slip in place there.
Yeah, they don't have the gully for Moore. I mean, they've got a man almost at I wouldn't really call that a gully, Ross, and he's not quite a gully, is he? He's sort of a fifth slip, isn't he?
4th or 5th slip for sure.
And they did have that gully in place, or almost a wideish or deepish gully in place for De Zorzi in the previous over. Hit one in the air just to the left of Von Berg.
Here's a short ball. And he's had plenty of that to deal with today, as Eddie Moore, and talks around the sort of the game is that he does struggle with that short delivery. He's certainly found ways and means to get past that.
And he hasn't taken it on, has he? He's been inclined to just duck right underneath it every time he's been given a short ball. As you say, it is something that they've used to affect teams against Eddie Moore.
Well, slip has been done away with, and he's going to go wider, and they've done away with that sort of man we call that 4th slip. He's going to go into a catching mid wicket.
Yeah, and hence the little bit straighter delivery from Ayakamani on that occasion, but they certainly were a little bit too straight, certainly to De Zorzi, who was picking them off down the leg side. And I mean, that's the way he plays, isn't it?
Yeah, you can take your pick there, James. It was too straight. It was on the legs. It was both sides of the wicket. Yeah. 2 lengths. It just didn't go for Goldrush Boland. And now they find themselves where they really got to fight hard to really get some control, even just by means of run rate here. That's the first score, but these two batters, partnership of 57, have certainly played well. That's something as well, James, we have seen, especially from the Calvin Grove end, bowlers bowling from that end. The bounce has been a little bit lower than normal. It's almost like it's dying into the pitch.
And you do feel that they're going to get the best out of this service from a batting point of view on probably the first couple of days. And look, it's got a good grass covering on it. It seems very hard, so with absolutely no hesitation from Carvarani when he won the toss to say he was going to have a bat. And that was, I certainly felt it was ball's coming onto the bat, it seems a bit better than you perhaps are used to here at Newlands. Sometimes a little bit slow. We're not necessarily seeing, we haven't seen too many short balls, we're not too much of that tennis ball bounce.
It's well played by Tony Zorzi. He just moves on merrily here. And sure, not even he would have thought that just after lunch he will be on 78.
Yeah.
But he has played exceptionally well. He's had a few playing misses as well, we have to say that. But I mean, it wouldn't be cricket if the opening batsman wouldn't have played and missed.
But he has left quite well as well outside the off stump. And I think you were talking a bit earlier on comms, just looking at his, when he got to his, when he was in the 40s, I think, that he'd got 8 boundaries, and he'd been leaving a lot. He'd left about 30 odd deliveries as well.
Yeah, back to the norm here for Eddie Moore. Yeah, I said he's got a couple of games really to maybe tell the selectors, listen, please don't forget about me. I'm not sure they have forgotten. He's a good player, Tony Zorzi. There's a lot to play for. A lot to play for most of these players.
No, certainly. And with his innings last week in that win over the Titans, again, shortage of a length in to Moore, but he played well in that second innings. It was something that it could have gone horribly wrong for Western Province there. And their 2 test players stood up, and it was Zorzi and Beddingham that really got them to a point where they were then able to get over the line. It could have been a very tricky chase, 180 odd that they had to chase there for the win, and it was a very important win for Western Province in the context not only of the 4-day competition but in terms of relegation as well.
Yeah, we haven't touched much on that. We have mentioned it this morning. A lot at stake for all the teams this weekend, going into the final weekend of 4-day games next week.
And they'll be looking here with the situation they're in at the moment. I mean, batting at just under 4 and over. If they maintain that, they get a good haul of batting bonus points. So the line of attack in this over, Eugene, been very much into the body of Eddie Moore. And he's dealt with it reasonably well so far. And that one, he again dealt with well, just playing into the ground forward of the short leg. And that field changes completely when it comes to Zorzi now.
I thought, I just go back to just lining it outside the off stump. Let's just be consistent with your line, try and frustrate the batter. You've seen that in an over from Aikamane, where then Tony Zorzi played the ball in the air just past Sean van Berg. End of over number 35. 136 for 1. I just think at this level, at this format, you don't try and reinvent the wheel too much. Look at those bowling figures. Dudgeon, he can be well happy with his sort of efforts. 10 overs, 0 for 21. He's the only one that's run that 2 runs to the over. Even if you take Sean van Berg's 1 over for 2, that was just leading to lunch. Nyaka 7 overs for 26. Steenman 7 overs for 33. He got the breakthrough. 8 overs for 30 runs. Kamane, Jima 2 overs for 15.
I mean, Kamani's come back well, because his first 2 overs I think went for 20 in the first 2, yeah. So he's come back really well. Dudgeon's been the one, as you said, who's been able to exert some kind of control, and first in his first spell and second spell. Kamani to continue from the Kelvin Grove end.
Oh, that's powerfully hit. And Nyaka does well there on the boundary, keeps it down to 1. He's quite quicker across the ground.
Yes, they've been very good in the field today, generally, Goldrush Boland.
They need a spark, though, James.
They do, don't they? They need something. It's gone very quiet from them. I mean, they haven't done badly in the 7 overs post lunch, just the 17 runs. So they'll be happy that they've been able to put a lid on some of the free scoring that was happening. I think they were batting at about 6 and over after the first 10 were Western Province. So, I mean, they won't be perturbed at all, World Sports Betting Western Province, with where they are at the moment. Very happy with this start, definitely.
Well, what the start has given them is a platform that they can say, right, come 5 uppers 5 this afternoon or this evening. We're going to amass 300, 350, you know, and be in a very, very good position after day one. And that's going to put a whole lot of pressure on Goldrush Boland when it's their turn to bat.
Yeah, and I suppose, you know, looking at how well this pitch has played, we were on the 2 pitches to the left on Saturday and Sunday with the women's game. Also played very well.
Just not enough pace there to rush anymore. You can see the plan.
And I mean, it was probably a little bit more with the weather we had around over the weekend. It was a little bit juicy on Saturday morning, and the Dolphins really did struggle. The ball was moving around a bit, but it was quite noticeable when they came back on later on, and Western Province chased down the total that they had in target of 70 odd in 20 overs, chased down in, I think it was 11 or 12 overs. But what was interesting was that the ball was coming onto the bat really nicely. It was a good even covering of grass on the strip, and then on the Sunday game, once again, Province batting first, got into some trouble early on, but then Nadine de Klerk hit an excellent 74, I think it was. But once again, the ball coming onto the bat nicely, nice grass coverage, and see the same here with this pitch today, and it does have that sheen to it, doesn't it? That you always talk about that, Eugene.
Yeah, it looked like it did have. And that's why I was maybe a little bit frustrated with the way that Boland bowled. And if they could just have been more consistent with their line and length, and maybe not strive for wickets. Maybe it was a case of, look here, let's strive for wickets. But I think it's more a case of they're so accustomed to bowl wicket to wicket at Boland Park, they thought it could come here as well. And you just got to be a patient here at Newlands. It's a little bit different. You also have to remember, James, as another over comes to the end, 36 gone, 140 for 1. You also got to remember, you got Linda coming in, and he's coming in at 6. Fungwana, he's coming in at 7. Then you've got bowlers lined up. Patterson, Lawrence, Nabe, Badger. With all due respect now, don't be coming in shooting me, because I'm not saying you can't hold a bat, but Boland must look at that and say, listen, we get a couple of wickets here, maybe apply pressure to the new man coming in, maybe getting a few and eating their way until they get to those bowlers. That should try and sort of dangle the carrot for them, just to say, listen, let's just keep at it, keep being frustrating, we nip 1 or 2. They need the Zorzi out. He looks like he's pitching his 10 to be out there for a long period of time. And we know he can play long innings here at World Sports Betting Newlands, but just coming to that again, you know, as you say, with Carl Simmons out with a long-term injury now, very unfortunate for him, picking up that injury. Just too much on the pads once again from Dudgeon. And so it does lengthen that lineup, you know, in the tail. You also don't have Onkonyaku playing today. He's had a good season with the bats and with the ball as well, so you've got a situation where, you know, your 8 and 9 in that Western Province team would certainly be players that can give you something lower down the order, and have done on a number of occasions. I just looked at that selection. They've gone with five sort of frontline seamers. They have the likes of Drake Daniels, that was also warming up there. I thought maybe he would get a nod, especially looking at the way they've gone with their front five seamers here. What would your take be on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's There's a fair amount of sameness to that attack, isn't there? If you look at it, five right-arm bowlers. You don't necessarily have anybody there that's got express pace. Probably your fastest bowler, probably Beja, if you're looking at that. But again, not express pace. So you don't have anybody that's going to be able to come in and storm the opposition out necessarily.
Again on the legs, and again oohs and ahs. It's just one.
So, your variation comes really with, Pato gives you control normally. He knows this wicket really well. He knows how to bowl on here. He's very much a bowler in now, and he's in, I would say, in the Vernon Philander type of line that he sets you up very nicely at 4-day level. He can get them to keep going away, bring one in, or he keeps bringing them in, can get one to go away. So it gives you that. Lawrence has been very good in his previous game. He's really learning to bowl at this level. And T will come in and hit the deck hard for you, Tinabe. So in Pongwana you get the height variation. He's been very economical in this season so far when he has bowled. So, and then you've got Linda, who's going to presumably be bowling quite a few overs later on in this piece when it's Boland who have to bat last on the wicket potentially. So I don't know, not that easy to see where they're going to get the surprise from.
Oh, that is played in the air. And that goes over the man that went in there at leg gully. That's Sean van Berg.
I think that was probably the first one we've seen from Zorzi that he hasn't been in control of.
Yeah, just got a bit big on him. Yeah, it's very much a like for like. You know what you're going to get from Pato. I think your Patterson and Lawrence, they can bowl you long spells. Yeah. From what I've known and seen. Nabi needs a good spell under his bag.
Yeah.
He really needs to show and give something back for sort of the faith they've put in him playing as well. Linda, we know what you're going to get from him, and then I'm sure they'll throw the ball to Eddie Moore. He's an off-spinning option potentially, but 5 frontline seamers with the left-arm spin of George Linda.
And the thing is, they need to win this game. It sounds like it's a bit obvious to say this, but they need 20 wickets, and they're going to look at that attack, and maybe they'll be bowling them in shorter spells. Pato, probably 5 or 6 overs at a time. Probably the same from Jody Lawrence, but you're going to maybe see those maybe shorter spells coming in with the other bowlers, mixing it around a bit from a Carvarena point of view, and a lot of overs you sense later in the game for George Linda. But the loss of Carl Simmons has got an influence on this team, especially at home.
He's been the leading wicket taker in all formats this year for World Sports Betting Western Province, and he's been quite magnificent as well. Not just being a golden arm, he's been there trying runs up as well for his team. As we see the Iceman, Frisco Adams, for the first ball. Now, this is going to bring about something different. Firstly, he's a man that's come back from injury. So, from Boland's perspective, they would hope that he keeps himself fit over the next 4 days. Then you look at what type of bowler he is. He's a skiddier bowler. He's a very skillful bowler as well. Starts with a ball wide as it off stumping with a man on, what is that, 82. He's not going to miss out on that.
Now Zorzi looking really good out there, and as you were saying, this is the innings in this match. He does get a chance to bat twice, very important, and in the last game against Northwest next week, very important for him in terms of cementing his place in that World Test Championship squad.
It's got a bit of a slow start here for Adams. I might just say this early on. Mr. King. He's walking back very, very slowly
Ooh,
and not very freely. That's what I would say early doors.
yeah.
Let's hope for once I could be wrong.
Yeah, I hope so. But I do see exactly what you're talking about. Looks like a little bit on that right leg. He's not looking that comfortable.
Well, this is going to bring about a boundary. You're not stopping that. And he moves swiftly to 87 now. And this has been anything but the first over that Frisco Adams would have wanted to have dished up here.
Yeah. He's been out of action the entire season, really. Saw him in early season action, didn't we? And then didn't play after that, was injured.
Yeah, they also got the likes of Baron that's in their lineup as well. He's a 12th man, and looking at that batting lineup there, I don't think that he will be coming in at, what's that, 5 or 6?
6, yeah.
Maybe Van Berg might bat ahead of him. So it was an interesting selection from Boland's perspective.
Yeah, and you can understand them replacing Copeland with a seamer or another all-rounder. But he's just battling, isn't he, here? You can see that he's a little bit rusty.
Yeah, and 150 comes up. That's the first batting point for World Sports Betting Western Province. 230 balls, 17 fours, 1 6. And you can already see there's been plenty of boundaries in that 150.
So 15 overs and 4 balls for that third 50. So certainly the slowest of the match so far.
Again, a ball wide outside off stump. Yeah, to go and been going at 5 or 6 to the over for the duration is it's very tough there, James. even here with these guys.
Yeah, and this hasn't been the best over, has it, to start off for Frisco Adams? As you say, you've got other players like Leon Buerta, for example. He's also here with the team. That I think I saw him this morning.
Oh, this is now too easy. Scored of every delivery. 9 from it. 152 for 1.
Certainly, if you're sitting in the World Sports Betting Western Province camp at the moment, you'll be very happy with the way this has gone after winning the toss this morning and starting to bat first on what could have been in the opening hour, very tricky wicket, but saw it through. Smith being the only one to fall, just really played around a straight one, didn't he, from Stearman?
I wouldn't say this. I wouldn't necessarily say they saw it through. I think what Boland dished up at that first hour, that first session, they themselves would say, listen, that wasn't good enough.
No, they did. They certainly.
So they certainly allowed Western Province to get to a position where they find themselves, and they gave the likes of Tony de Zorzi a start, and you cannot do that to good players.
So Glenton Stearman back into the attack from the Weinberg end. Eugene replacing Keith Dudgeon.
Yeah, now Stills are here when we started this in the second session. I said, I wonder what the game plan was going to be. And it was a particular game plan to see if they can just dry up a little bit of the runs. The run rate is now at 4 to the over. They want to get that to 3.5. It's going to take some doing, though. And he's seeing it that big. I mean, he literally just paddled that around onto the onside.
I'm going to say looked like a consummate ease, wasn't it, that he played that? It was just had that little bit. Was just probably too short in that instant, and just came up slowly and was able to play it very nicely forward to square. Doesn't need to do any more than that, does he?
No. That's what I say. I mean, the ball is what now? 39 overs.
Yeah.
This will be the 39th with this ball. Let's also remember there was a little bit of dew this morning as well, so maybe the ball picked up a little bit of moisture as it's gone on as well, so that will soften the ball up. And why are we still going? Why is Boland still going with the short
short attack. Just see it's not coming up as much, it's not zipping.
Now it's slowed down a bit, hasn't it, from what it was like this morning. Eddie Moore there, probably feel he missed out there, as he certainly didn't time that at all into the covers.
Short ball, he takes it on. I said earlier to Zaire, I think he's more an instinctive player that he might leave a few, but then all of a sudden he plays the pull shot and you say, where did that come from? I think it's just instinct. Played it well though. He's a man out there on the boundary.
Yeah, and they're looking at that line of attack still, aren't they, to Eddie Moore. He got on top of that one quite nicely. But the first time he's really taking it on, isn't it? And as you said, it's there to hit. He's just, as you say, instinctively he's going to go and play his shots. Stood him in good stead this season.
Oh, he's dropped it!
Dropped him.
He has dropped it!
Oh, no. That was an absolute sitter. He'd take his eye off it, maybe. Did it swing at the last minute away from him?
The only thing I can say is that maybe it bounced a tad bit more, but as a keeper.
Yeah, we heard the edge from here, didn't we? And it just went into the gloves and it went down. And that is a huge miss.
I, for one, cannot believe what I just saw.
No, me neither. Yeah.
Would have been the big wicket of Tony Zorzi, who also, when that was happening, turned around swiftly. That's a dead giveaway.
That head snapped back, didn't it, on that side? So, as you said, dead giveaway.
Maybe Clyde just was rushed for pace.
Maybe.
Who knows? I don't
You
know.
never know.
But he's such a good keeper.
Would not expect him to drop that. Not in a million years. So, a let-off for Zorzi.
Now Eddie Moore is getting the feet going as well, giving himself room to go that through the offside. And a great deal of thanks must be given here to the Cape Fox.
Thank you.
Western Province would love you to be on there for more, Cape Fox, because you've given them a reprieve.
Yeah, well, certainly. Normally I take the wickets when I come to commentate. So.
That's at Boland Park, James. That is,
There we go.
That's the combo at Boland Park.
155 for one. Thanks to the Cape Fox for just granting a little bit of a break to our man who's nearing the end of his session. That session being Ramadan, and we wish all our Muslim friends all the best as they head to the last few days of that period. Adam still to continue.
On both ends. Up in the commentary box and from the Calvin
You
Grove.
can take it up, yes. But I mean,
I saw that drop chance and I feel like it just surprised everybody. It surprised the batter, a little bit of extra bounce, and it certainly surprised the wicketkeeper that somebody actually nicked one for a change. But that's what it's about. You got to keep the concentration levels, and unfortunately, the skipper just they've just
you're trying hard. You are trying hard.
I am trying to find some form of excuse for the keeper.
Too many balls on the legs all day. Tony Zorzi now moves to 93.
Oh, and there's an edge. No slip, inside, goes for 4.
That just adds further insult to injury when you get another edge and it just runs away. So Tony Zorzi living a charmed life here in the 90s. He moves to 97, just 3 away from another 100.
That is pulled. Work for the man to do. Just keeps it under 1. Well done there to Keith Dudgeon on the boundary as Tony Zorzi moves to 98 and the score 162 for 1 after 40 overs. All of a sudden the runs are coming again.
Certainly it's tough going if you're a seamer and your keeper puts down a straightforward chance. You can see Clinton Stearman was just shaking his head for a couple of deliveries afterwards, but he's got to refocus and try and find a way. Again.
Well, there's an edge, and that edge is going to bring about a 4. And not just that, it's Tony Zorzi that goes to 100. And it's well played by him.
It's his 9th first-class 100 for Tony Zorzi and his 5th for Western Province. It comes off just 146 balls and 14 boundaries. It was a bit of a nervous 90s for the Proteas opener, but he managed to get through it, and now he knows he's got a triple century at this ground. He's surely be eyeing at least half of that.
Well, I think even more with the way this game is going, and it's going very, very quickly. This game is gaining momentum at a rapid pace, and yet we are only on day 1. This game is moving, Zaire, and moving quickly.
Certainly is. Province back up to over 4 runs over. Just after the luncheon interval, it dipped below 4-4 for the first time in the game. With a couple of more boundaries from the Zorzi, partnership also moves up to 90.
Eddie Moore is starting to move around in that crease a lot more than what we saw prior to the lunch break. Maybe he's also itching to get things along. He's batting nicely here, 34. I said he's itching. Now he's starting to go in the way of flicking the ball, trying to flick the ball over the slip area with a short ball. You've seen that a few times.
That's his method in one-day cricket. We said that, and as soon as the third man is not in position, that's when he starts looking for that option. Earlier they had the deep third man, square leg, fine leg out. Now it's just the boundary ride is all on the leg side.
Zahir. I mean, he's almost practically showing his stumps now.
This is when it gets very, very interesting. The footwork becomes a little bit of a jazz session there. It goes all over the place. And it's all about watching the ball closely, because you feel that it's all the hands and eyes, because it certainly is not footwork. Or not in the direction of the ball, that's for sure. But it's proved an effective method for Eddie Moore, top to tee 20 run scorers.
There he goes, up and over. No third man in place. The ball might not go to the boundary. He's Tony Zorzi going to come back for the third. Now he decides to get on his skates, and easily enough gets through for 3. That ends the over. 41 gone, 170 for 1. Just news elsewhere. What's happening? The Dragons versus the Titans up there at Supersport Park. 172 for 2. Matthew Kleinfeld going well there for the Dragons. 71. He's another man that played for the Titans. Going well there at Supersport Park. Vian Libber's with him. He's on 30. Then the game at DP World Wanderers. It's Hollywood Bets Dolphins. 44 for 2. Jason Smith just starting his innings on 1. De Gole, he's on 29. That's up there against the DP World Lions. Also happening just down the road at Boland Park, we have the Colts game, the Boland versus Western Province Colts. And it is Boland Colts batting first there, currently on 111 for 3. I'm sure you're looking forward to the next batch of sixes that's going to be happening later on at the IPL.
Is that what we're calling it these days? Batch of sixes?
I don't know what you
A
call it.
sixathon?
Sixathon, I think you should call it. And Vinny made an interesting thing, said anything, backing up what you were saying.
He added 1. I said 119 in 5. He said
Yeah.
120.
I think he's just rounding it up.
He's
I
rounding
think
it
that's
up.
what it is. You deal with stats
Yeah.
as it is.
I think you can actually round it up there, because there's only going to come more. There's only going to fly a few more.
What's the most sixes in an IPL season? It's going to be this one, but I mean
Has to
before.
be. It was last season. Last season they got up to, the teams were playing 270 and 280. It's ridiculous, man. Absolutely.
$300 is not too far, mate.
Not at all. 300 used to be an imposing score in a 50 over game. Remember those days?
We had in my time at Ireland, we had a guy coming in to do power eating session with our boys. He was baseball. Baseball was his background. So he says he's trying to understand, right, about cricket. He says, how many balls do you get in T20 cricket? And we said 120. So he says, right, you should score 720.
That is hilarious.
I just looked at him and said, well, yeah, every ball should go out the park. So he says, yeah, but it's cricket. It doesn't really work like that. He says, oh, okay. What's half of 720? I tell you
that's
what,
fair.
we are looking.
We are there.
We are
certainly
looking.
are there.
That is nicely hit. Good work by Ayan Kamani again. He's keeping the spirits up there. The energy's up. Can't stop the single. That's like every second ball going for a maximum, and it certainly looks like that. You reckon when teams are going to be level on points, and then it's not about net running, it's about who hits the most sixes?
I remember, so I used to run a six-a-side competition. And I'll tell you now after this delivery. So Used to run a six-a-side competition. That brings us into the 42nd over. It's also a drinks break. So we'll continue this after Eugene has a little bit of a beverage.
Welcome back to World Sports Betting Newlands. It's Glenn to steer one away from us at the Weinberg end. It's nicely played by Zorzi, just not that wide outside the off stump. He plays it very nicely. He's looked really good today, hasn't he? Zahir,
He has, apart from that period where he was in the 90s, he got proper jitters during that period and seemed to just give up on him. But he's managed to get through that now, and he's going strongly.
Yeah, he should have been out with his score on 90 and dropped behind by Clyde Reeves-Fontaine. A regulation chance, you have to say. don't know what exactly did happen there, but it's Zorzi profiting from that to go to his 9th first class 100, and certainly runs that he'll be very happy to take as he looks to improve his average even more. So Zorzi at the non-striker's end, Eddie Moore on 38. Surprise full delivery that time from Clinton Stearman. So we have seen they did sort of claw it back a little bit, did the Boland bowlers straight after lunch, but the introduction of Forisco Adams conceded 9 off his first over. His next 2 have gone for another 9 in total, 3 overs, 0 for 18. So haven't been able to really claw it back as much as they would have wanted to, Boland, after not the best opening spell from them.
I really thought Boland, they pegged it back in that first hour, after at least half an hour after the drinks, after lunch interval, where they came up with a concerted plan where they wanted to dry up the runs, and that's what frustrated Zorzi. He wasn't able to get those easy boundaries that he was picking up in that first session.
And you feel then just trying to probably make something happen as he got into his 90s, and it's a loosish shot outside the off stump that he got the edge to. That's neatly played again by Moore. He hasn't looked too troubled with those ones that are slightly short of length, just coming up into his body and into the pads. I think it's just the genuinely fast short ball that he struggles with the most.
Beautiful from Tony de Zorzi. Your favourite fielder, he picks it up and cuts it off for 1, James.
Yes, the man at deep backward point. He's been in evidence after, I think, 10 overs this morning. So there's a run any day of the week there. If you play that one down into that region. And once again, he did play that very nicely, didn't he? Got into line and just head over the ball, playing it into that area. And he'll be very happy that he's got through that nervous stage. This partnership worth now 98. And that is signalled wide over the head of the batter, and I think that's...
I don't think Glenton Stearman's going to be too concerned by that. The third man is out, and you could immediately see that Eddie Moore was a little bit too minded about how he was going to play. The previous over, he popped one over the slip cordon and into a vacant region. When there's the protection at the back, that's when he finds himself caught between two worlds. Do I take it on? Do I get out of the way? And yet, through all of that, he's found himself on 39.
Yeah, he's done well. But as you say, it's almost an instinctive shot. We've seen him in the T20 format, and not perhaps so much in the one day, but in the T20, where he backs away to the leg side and takes that short ball on outside the off stump. So he's got that in his armoury. So as you say, does he take it on in a 4-day game? Probably not ideally. The previous over he did play one over the slip field.
I think he's very confident the moment there's no protection.
Yes.
That's when he'll have a crack, and he's not afraid to go over because he does go hard.
He does.
There's no half-heartedness about it. He does go hard, and he throws the full kitchen sink at it. But the moment when there's men out there, that's when he's a little bit perplexed. That just shows the difference between the white ball and the red ball game. Generally, he bats in the power play in white ball cricket, where only 2 players are allowed out. So he knows they've got to protect either the leg side or the off side. For their cricket, you can have as many. So there's men curbing his pull shot on the leg side, and there's people on the off side. That's when he actually has to do I take it on the body now?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to rein in his natural attacking intent that he's been able to sort of develop over a period of time, and served him really well in the T20 competition earlier in the season.
I do feel though it's been a bit of been forced upon him, because he actually had the Warriors actually let him go because of his white ball statistics. He's always been a fantastic 4-day cricketer. He's been able to navigate a way to score runs in 4-day cricket, and his numbers are up there with the very best. Obviously, having also made a Test debut in New Zealand.
Yeah.
But when the white ball, they found out he was a little bit limited in his scoring options. And when he came down to Cape Town, it was a conscious effort to create options for you. And he certainly worked on that offside game. He favours the offside, he gives himself room towards the leg side, actually opens up all his stumps. So as a bowler, you feel that you were in with a chance. But what he wants you to do is actually bowl it at him.
Yeah.
And that's when he just lets his hands go through the ball. And he's got a very good eye. And surprisingly, for someone that's not been considered a white ball cricketer, he topped the CSA T20 run scorers list this past season. He also had a good one-day cup for Western Province last year.
That's Tony Zorzi takes that on. Didn't come off the bat really well, but it might go down to the boundary for 4. No, it's just going to be cut off by the fielder in the deep. Looks like Peter Milan out there. And they go through for 3, and that is the 100 partnership between Zorzi and Moore. 102 for them off 165 deliveries, 9 4s and 1 6. And Eddie Moore 39 of those, Tony Zorzi 60 and 3 extras. So very good from these two after the first wicket fell at 77. And they've also got the runs in pretty quick time, it must be said. That first wicket falling after 16 overs, so just, in fact, exactly 27 overs it's taken them to get this 100. So just batting at just under that 4 runs to the over, and the total run rate at the moment 4.1 achieved by Western Province. And once again, Frisco Adams is short outside the off stump to Eddie Moore, and he gets over that one nicely. But it is interesting you talk about that, because, as you say, you got the I think it's the green cap, is it, for the best batter in that T20 series earlier on in the season. And as you say, last year, really instrumental in many ways of getting Western Province to that one-day cup title, as he played well at the top of the order. And it's been a couple of seasons that he's really put that in and worked well for them. It's the 4-day average, also red ball, first class average, just under 40. Oh,
one thing about Eddie Moore is that's good running from Tony Zorzi to come back for 2, is that he's an unbelievably hard worker. His work ethic is up there with the very best. That's the end of the 44th. Western Province 182 for 1, sitting very, very nicely, all the home team. And Eddie Moore is a cricketer that he puts in the yards, and that's not to say other cricketers don't, but he'll always be at the end of training. He'll be the last one to leave. He'll be is easily one of the fittest cricketers on the entire circuit, and he's running between the wickets with great intensity. He's a good fielder. So he's a certain package that you'd want in your team, and he certainly proved his value to Western Province since moving here from the Eastern Cape, where you feel that they've got a host of young batters down at the Warriors, and his experience could probably lend a hand amongst the likes of Jordan Herman, Matthew de Villiers, Shivishan Pillay. Plenty of promising talent there in that Warriors lineup, but possibly just lacking a senior batter to guide them along the way in a similar fashion that John Smuts has done it at the Dolphins. I feel that he's been excellent since moving there as well.
Yeah, it certainly was a very good move for both John Smuts and for Edward Moore coming here to Western Cape. Doesn't get hold of that one though, but and you would be you're talking about him on World Sports Betting Western Province's team sheet. He's almost one of the first names you'll put down there.
Across formats at the moment.
Across every format, absolutely. And he's not going to be left out of that team at the moment. He's fulfilling a role and I know we've spoken a bit about this earlier on, him coming in at number 3, Daniel Smith opening. Perhaps one would have perhaps wanted him to open with Zorzi, but at this stage he's putting on the runs here.
Probably feel that he hasn't had the best of four-day seasons this term, where that's primarily been his forte, the red ball game. It's very hard to find rhythm in the 4-day game. You play a couple of games before the end of the year, you break for SA20 for a month. He doesn't play SA20, so he's got to lie on a beach somewhere in Cape Town, and then come back and restart after the 1-day comp. So it's not the easiest situation.
No, and there's also, I mean, he is playing his club cricket when he does play out in Durbanville.
Yeah.
So
Western Province Premier League champions?
Yeah, I believe so. Won that game on Saturday to Pip Western Province Cricket Club.
Yeah. That's the instinct we speak about. If it's within that eye level, it's going to take really lots of temptation there. And he certainly succumbed to it there. Yeah. Here's some cover, but just short of the man on the boundary.
Yeah, he wasn't in control of that one at all, really, Eddie Moore. So he was ducking under those earlier on today, but he's certainly taking them on now. So a chance potentially for the men from Goldrush Boland to pick up his wicket. He moves into the 40s. Zorzi's on 111. He's on Nelson. It's 183 for 1 into the 45th over. Again, nicely played outside the line of the off stump down to that man at our favourite fielding position, deep backward point, and they go through for a single. He moves off the dreaded 111 to 112. A very good partnership after the first wicket. Also a good partnership, you feel, between Zorzi and Smith. Smith only 17 out of the 77 they put on, but he did play an important role early on with Tony Zorzi. Would have liked to have seen him going on. Daniel Smith's not been the best for him opening the batting in the last couple of games. And that one they can go and fetch from the Oaks, in front of the Oaks there, as it is short and wide from Glenton Stearman, and Eddie Moore throws the kitchen sink at that one and gets the result he intended.
That's the area where Eddie Moore really thrives, when it's in front of him. They're able to get their hands through the ball. Picks up another boundary, and you seem to feel that he's starting to flourish now. And it's important for Tony Zorzi as well that all the run scoring is not on his shoulders, that his partner also shoulders a bit of the responsibility. Just allows him to get through a little bit of a tough period.
Yeah, and we see how he's had incredible powers of concentration, doesn't he, Tony, in these long innings that he has played. Gets over that one, does more, a little bit more in control. Perhaps didn't go at it quite as hard as he went at the previous one. Goes down to Peter Milan at long leg, and they go through for the singles. He keeps the strike, does Moore. Moves to 46, so just 4 away from yet another half century.
If memory serves me right, we were on commentary together when Tony Zorzi got his 300?
We were indeed on commentary when he got his 300.
Special day that day.
It was a very special day. The first player to get a triple hundred at World Sports Betting Newlands. It was a very, very special day. 304 not out that day, Tony Zorzi, and was an innings of rare quality, outstanding from him. And what was very good, I thought, was when he got his first Test 100. Again, was 177, I think it was, against Bangladesh. Just showing again how he can play the long innings. He's got the ability out in the middle to just set himself to play the long innings. And once he's in, it can be very difficult to dislodge then. So that's why that missed chance at 90, Goldrush Boland he's already profited by 22, and the team has profited by another 35 runs on top of that. So very difficult period now probably for Goldrush Boland. Just Sean van Bergs into the attack from the Kelvin Grove end.
to see Sean van Berg settle into a nice little spell here in the afternoon. It's not quite Boland Park where he's going to get the same amount of assistance. I feel that Boland just needs somebody to dry up an end so they can rotate their seamers from the Weinberg end. Eddie Moore is not going to allow that to happen. Hauls out a reverse sweep, second delivery, and picks up another boundary.
And that takes him to yet another 50 for Eddie Moore, and it's been an excellent supporting role together with Tony de Zorzi. That's 50 for Moore off just 80 deliveries, and 5 fours and 1 mighty 6 off Aviwa Ngujima early in the piece, and Eddie Moore there with that goes to his 43rd half century in first class cricket. And what a servant he has been both for the Warriors and now for Western Province over a number of years. That's easily tickled into the leg side. Keith Dudgeon comes around to do the fielding. So while you were off air, Zahir, Eugene and I were just chatting a bit about that Western Province bowling attack that we see there. 5 seamers and the 1 spinner. And thought it would be interesting to get your views on that. Carl Simmons, obviously missing because of a long-term injury, who is their top wicket taker in the competition so far this season. 25 wickets for him. He sits on number 4 on the list for the 4-day competition. Nicely played by de Zorzi. Down to Grant Olofsson, who's patrolling the long leg region. And you just feel that the 5 seamers, all right arm over the right arm seamers, perhaps a little bit of sameness to that attack. More reverse sweeps again. This time it'll go straight down to some Nyaka down there on that deep backward cover boundary, and there's a good over there for World Sports Betting Western Province. 7 off that. They'll be happy to take that. 196 for 1 after 46 overs, batting now at 4.3 to the over.
James, don't you find it just a modern game, and I know it's been around for a long while, but how comfortable batters are in playing the reverse sweep? It doesn't matter whether it's white ball cricket or red ball cricket. They don't, second ball holds it out.
Yeah.
Immediately Sean van Berg's got to think about his field, and again the final ball of the over. I just feel that modern batters the confidence have become so immense that they see it as a regulation sweep shot.
Yeah, absolutely, and it certainly is come into the game and is treated like that, as you say. And the amount of time they spend practicing it, working on that, means that they can include it in their armoury. They've got the ability, if they can pick up the line early enough, pick up the length early enough, that they can then play that with not necessarily impunity, but it doesn't become the risk that you perhaps would have thought it would have been early on. As Akona Nyaka comes in from the Weinberg end. It's just too much on the pads. They'll get an easy single.
Looking at this field, James, and I feel it's very much a field set for Boland Park.
Yeah,
I know it's a flat wicket, but there's still something in it. Still a little bit. You've got a short cover, you've got a gully that's almost on the square, you've got a short mid wicket. It looks like a field that you'd set at Boland Park, because a lot of the action happens in front of the wicket.
Yeah.
Where down in the Cape, your slip cordon still plays a role.
It does. It's and that's sort of what you're talking about. That one was a little bit too wide there from Akona Nyaka, but it isn't the same. And this pitch it does have a good covering of grass on it. It is quite hard. It is coming onto the bat, and certainly has been so far today. Coming onto the bat far better than you would have at a Boland Park pitch, definitely, which is normally slow. Does keep perhaps a little bit low. This one seems to have been consistent bounce, let's put it that way. It hasn't necessarily been good bounce, consistent enough for the batter to be playing that kind of shot without having to worry about the ball going a little bit low. And we've seen Zorzi's been particularly profligate, you'd say. I mean, really been batting well with the ball coming into him, into the leg side and playing through the leg side, one of his strengths, and almost seems to be, he favours that region just as he closes the face and plays it into the leg side. So it's interesting to see what lines Nyaka's going to be bowling here. That's too wide outside the off stump, cuts into the offside. They'll turn for 2 as the man from deep backward point comes around to field. So 199 for 1. It really has been an excellent batting performance after winning the toss this morning and deciding to bat first, which I feel was definitely the right decision.
Absolutely. It all comes down to that first hour. Province would have wanted to get there unscathed. Instead, as I said this morning, it was a bit of a power play. They really cashed in and they just set the tone. They're now 199 for 1. You feel that very much that the dice is loaded in their favour. Got some big batters to come. David Bedingham, Carl Verreynne, George Linder. Those are 3 big batters for Western Province, along with Michali Mgwana. I like to see him get a bit of runs.
Yeah, would be really good, wouldn't it? He did a bit better last week from a batting point of view than he has done this season. It's a beautiful shot from Zorzi. You can't bowl there to him on the pads, and he just plays it past the man at short mid wicket, brings up the 200, and that is that trademark Tony Zorzi.
Stunning. Province's 203 coming up off 287 balls, 22 boundaries, and that lone Eddie Moore 6. But the corner Nyaka, he'll have to learn that you cannot drift into Tony Zorzi's pans despite all the protection you may think you have. Zorzi, he'll find a way to get it to the boundary. The run rate just creeping up again, 4.3. Province now 203 for 1 after 47. Zorzi 119, Moore 53. The only man to be dismissed, Daniel Smith, trapped LBW, Glenton Stearman for 17.
So they managed to exert a little bit of pressure after the lunch break, and after 35 overs, the score was sitting at 137. It's nicely played by Moore, but Milan will come round to field. So looking at the next 12 overs have gone for 60, so they've been batting at 5 and over. And really, just look at Frisco Adams, who's been replaced by Von Berg at that Kelvin Grove end. Frisco Adams going for 24 in his 4 overs, and that really provided the impetus for Zorzi and Moore to again be scoring at a really good rate. Oh,
inside edge from Mary Moore. Sean van Berg thinking he was in business.
Yeah, really close. He went for the big shot, didn't he? Probably over mid-off. He's looking for there, or extra cover. And he's very clever from Von Berg. He's given him that gap to see if he can't perhaps play it through that offside. With the ball, standard delivery coming into the left-hander.
Not sure about this field again now.
Yeah,
James?
it's interesting, isn't it? It's certainly, it's like he's going to be, he's trying to bowl straight, you would say, with this kind of field.
Yeah,
But he's
got 3 men on the leg side on the boundary.
Yeah.
He's got a deep point. Again, I don't think I've
And
ever seen a deep point for a leg spin bowler.
He's maybe worried about that one. He's going to drop short.
I think he's worried about the reverse sweep.
Yeah,
That's the
reverse
one.
sweep.
He's trying to take that out of the option.
He's got, but it's an interesting field. End of that over, he's there's a massive gap between that man at, say, deep backward point for the reverse sweep, and then there's only then a man in a shortish extra cover area. So he's given Eddie Moore that gap on the offside, which he tried to exploit with that shot that came off the inside edge. But, so it wasn't a bad over that from Sean von Berg. It's going to be a Conor Mjaka once again from the Weinberg end. 203 for 1, winning the toss. It would be more than happy with that, I should think. World Sports Betting Western Province, better than they could have imagined it would be. And that's, again, strays onto the pads. This one is in the air for a while, but it is well to the right of the man at short mid-wicket, down to the boundary for 4, and once again, you can't bowl there.
We said in the previous over, we hope Akona Nyaka learns a few lessons. He certainly hasn't.
No.
And he will be punished all day. Yeah. The only positive, slight positive from that was in the air and it just evaded Raviwe Makajima at short mid-wicket. But for the rest of it, it certainly seemed that he needs to get it outside that off stump.
Yeah, he's been particularly severe. Anything on his pads has Tony de Zorzi. There, this one it's short and wide outside the off stump. He may well turn for 2, and he does. As the man comes around from deep backward point to field, it's Ayak Amani, and they go through for 2. So de Zorzi 125, and he seems to have just moved from that 100 to that 125 in absolutely next to no time.
Just cruised it from there. Once he got through that 90s, it's just been, he's put the pedal down.
And one of the things that's been difficult for Western Province this season is to actually get a very good first innings total. Been really struggling, and you see that in their batting bonus points.
That becomes critical.
And once again, a little bit too straight. He'll pick you off for a single any day. There will Tony de Zorzi. And just looking at that table was noticeable that they, looking at the teams around them, in Province having won 2 games and had the 2 draws, and I think the one defeat, where they have struggled is getting the batting bonus points. They haven't necessarily been able to secure as many bowling bonus points as they want to. So this is a very important game for them, very important innings for them to be able to really pile up these runs and get them at a good rate, and they're doing exactly that. They can get to 400 in the 100 overs, they'd be very, very happy. And you'd have to say, the way it's going at the moment, it looks like they could easily achieve that.
Province certainly need to pick up as many batting bonus points as they can if they harbour any intentions of getting through to that final. What an achievement would be if they do get there. Boland, though, they're fighting for the same prize, by no means over for the men from the Winelands.
Cut away, this time straight to Amani on the boundary. And by contrast, the Goldrush Boland, the opening pair, or the top order, have been in really good form this season, scoring lots of runs, getting significant amount of bonus points from a batting point of view, and that's been one of the keys behind their success this season.
And that's been completely going against the run of play. Boland have struggled for a while outside of Peter Malan to really find good first red ball innings scores. Once again, Tony de Zorzi plays it out to the deep cover. If you look at it, that's the end of the over. 49 overs gone. Western Province 212 for 1, and it's also the end of the Cape Fox stint. He will run away and hide in the bushes somewhere. But probably sit down on the yokes. But we've got The big man, the huge man, Eugene Boland back with us.
Trying hard to lose that title.
Oh, you can't, but that is your absolute trademark. You can't be going every 6 game. You're huge, and you're not a very small man either. So it kind of just fits the profile.
I need to lose it, mate.
Got to own it, mate. Own it. You got to own it. I can see you making t-shirts.
I
I see you making some t-shirts.
been
there.
walking, been running, been trying to get back on that regime. It's tough. It's tough. to say.
You don't need to tell me, man. I told you. I was told I could keep another Ramadan going. So, yeah.
Well, I would say I was walking around just to, stretch the old legs. 135 run partnership. This is worrying for Boland. I just don't see where they're going to get the wicket from. They had a chance. Tony Zorzi dropped on 90. He's almost scored 30 more runs then. In fact, what am I saying? He's almost scored 40 more runs. Down the leg side it goes. Last time I left here, the run rate was hovering around 4. It's gone up to 4.3. The issue that I'm more concerned about, Mr. Adams, I don't think we'll get our full quota of overs in, irrespective of light. That, for me, is worrying.
Happens when you only have one spinner on the park who's only bowled 3.3 overs out of 49.3 overs. So you've got 46 overs of seam. And if he continues to bowl that, he might not bowl for very much longer, but fortunately he's got some good fielders there on the boundary, and Grant Livingston saves another boundary for Tony Zorzi.
You would be that umpire that when they come to you and says, do you have spinners? You can put them on and get the overrate going. That's you, eh?
Absolutely.
Nah.
Absolutely.
I'm not falling for that chestnut.
Absolutely. Unless you want to have you want to spend your day here a little bit longer in the match referee's office.
I think that will be happening anyway. I think it has been a little bit slow. But I think that was refreshing from the over 60s tournament is how quickly these guys get through the overs. Now, say there are a few slow bowlers and spinners, but there are a few that do bowl seam.
You saying the over 60s get through quicker than the professionals?
Yeah, far quicker.
That is amazing.
15 overs, 45 minutes.
Wow. That is fantastic. I know at the schools SA20, they flew 3 overs. They're getting, in a 20 over game, sometimes you're getting 18 overs a spin.
Well, you get 3 hours to bowl your
20
your
overs?
45 overs in. It was 45 as well. Let's look at that. And I think on average, the games that I did in particular, 2 hours 45.
Mate, is there any cricket that you
2
don't
hours
do?
40.
Is there any cricket that you don't do?
Doing rugby tomorrow.
Huh? On the athletics track?
Athletics, that's gone.
If I see you on the side of a water polo pool, we're going to have words. We're going to have absolute words.
Well, what's wrong with that?
No, mate. There has to be a line drawn somewhere. I know I do a bit of footy and a bit of rugby in between, but water polo, no ways. Come on. I absolutely trust your judgment around a track. But water, nah, we'll have another conversation. Aviva Makajima, he's going to try and speed up the run rate, if not take a wicket for the Boland. Sure, I mean to say over rate, not run rate.
That's correct. I know.
I saw the eye just pop up there.
Well, Avi's going to see if he can stem the flow of runs here. He's played well through that point region all day. That's Tony de Zorzi.
Does seem comfortable.
He's beyond comfortable out there. He's pitching his tent. I said that. He wants to be there for as long as he possibly can. Driven down the ground by Eddie Moore. Ends over number 51. 216 for 1. And the Cape Fox as busy as ever. Just showing me that this is his 3rd century in a row against Boland from de Zorzi.
Certainly he is a team that he enjoys playing again. I think we should have James just on the side as our stats man. He's absolutely, he's fantastic. He is fantastic.
Yeah. Timo Jan Ferreira.
He gives.
Jan Ferreira will have the old laptop out.
He gives. I think he gives Andrew Sampson a run for his money. That man is an absolute legend. Wanting to know anything, any form of number in South African cricket, he'll let you know.
Really tossed up. Off stop there. Cover from Frisco Adams. Allows him to get through for 1. It's a good stop. Definitely saved the boundary.
Frisco Adams having had a little bit of a trundle in earlier. Didn't quite go according to plan.
A gesture, a murmur of an appeal.
Eddie Moore looking to haul out that reverse sweep again. Trying to play it a little bit square now that the deep point has been set out.
Oh, he's done him absolutely like a kipper there. Frisco Adams running square. I think the ball might go there and then all going through the cover region, I would say, from a reverse sweep.
Best cover drive I've ever seen Eddie Moore play.
Just for 1.
Not much an offer in terms of turn for Sean Van Berg on day 1, as Western Province moved to 218 for 1 after 52 overs.
Tea will be around about that 4 o'clock. Apologies, 3 o'clock.
Jeez, mate, that tea would be cold by then.
It would be very cold.
Cream on those scones been already gone.
Oh, he's gone up and over and has gone all the way. Second time he's latched onto one for Aviva Makajima and he's put it away.
Saw that earlier, he just went dancing down the wicket, and the moment Avire Makajima came back into the attack, the same medicine was dished out. And now they have sent the man back. Feel that that won't deter anymore. He'll still look to have a go.
And yet they struggle to find to curtail this run rate. Oh, shaping to go big again. Just missed out that time anymore. 53 gone. 224 for one.
Problems working their way nicely into an imposing total here. They'll be eyeing anything in the region of 400 plus.
Well, they're in position to get 350 by the close of play today. That's the googly. That is the googly.
Just a polite inquiry there by Sean van Berg. A lot more excitement from behind the wicket.
Well, not just behind, it's square leg.
I think they'd be shining for anything at the moment. Sean van Berg, just he's a very humble chap at the best of times, just putting up his hand and asking the umpire.
Oh, that's over. Kojima had slipped. Just trying to read where that reverse sweep was going to go. It's not the tallest of men, but that flew over him. That's a 150 run partnership between these two, Eddie Moore and Tony de Zorzi. 150 coming off 224 balls, 13 fours, 2 sixes. Contributions 84 from de Zorzi and 63 from Eddie Moore. 3 extras.
When the 100 partnership came up, Zorzi had close on 80% of the runs. That's excellently played. That'll run away for a boundary. Beautifully played. The reverse sweep is working here for Eddie Moore, and he moves to 71.
It's no playing for tea. Yeah, you're just taking the runs and offer, because at the minute, Goldrush Boland have no answer whatsoever to these two men. Googly again, beautifully bowled. How's the bounce?
Look at the stare from Sean van Berg. He's like, you're not going to reverse sweep me all day. And he's just reminded Eddie Moore that he does have the other one. They go back to normal service resumes. Another reverse sweep, another single, and another over. Western Province 232 for 1 after 54.
When does that finish? Aviwe Makajima are going to continue here. He's bowled 4 overs, naught for 22. Long on and long off back now. Quicker through the air, but as well bunted down the ground. It's for 1. Getting a little bit quicker, getting well played. They played well off the back and even off the front foot, these two, when it comes to the spinners. In the air, and again, another 6. Jerry Moore off of Aviwe Makajima. He seems to take a liking to him.
He certainly has, and we've said it doesn't matter if there's a man on the boundary, he is going to take it on, he's going to chance his arm. He's quite comfortable in knowing that he will clear the fence, and he clears it comfortably. That's his 3rd maximum, moves up to 75. Does any more?
Said when I came back, these are worrying signs now. What's worse than worrying signs? Because it's heading that way for Boland. They need to find wickets now. Western Province 10 runs away from that full 3rd bonus point. Where now? Who can we turn to if you Boland? You're the skipper, Zahir Adams. Who would you turn to? Who would you give the ball to now? And what would your plan be to him? Or for him, I should say.
I thought Aigamani was good for a period. He bowled to a certain plan outside the off stump, and he actually dried up the runs against particularly Tony de Zorzi. Made him stretch for a little bit. We haven't seen him back into the attack since. You feel that he's the closest to possibly sticking to a plan, because at the moment it's really difficult for Clyde Fontaine to set a field. And you can, if you have a look at the field, it's spread out on both sides of the wicket, which means that's where they've been bowling, both sides of the wicket, and no captain enjoys that when he has to plug gaps everywhere. You can plug gap on one side of the field, but when you're doing it on both ends, then it becomes really hard to drive the runs.
I've yet to see a number of teams do this, and maybe Aviwe Makajima could just come over the wicket and just bowl leg side. Have 6 men on the leg side, just try and bowl that, maybe tie it up a little bit, just something different. Oh, he's gone now. He's gone again for the reverse sweep, and Eddie Moore hits. His bat has certainly just popped up, and Makajima and Fontaine actually looked at each other to think who's going to go for it. Hence why Makajima put in the dive. But that's a great innings, a very good innings, in fact, from Eddie Moore 75 off 112 deliveries, 6 4s, 3 6s. But that has come to an end. Just short of tee.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. Spoke quite complimentary about how Edward Moore has been utilizing the reverse sweep. Unfortunately, on this occasion, just getting in a little bit of an edge. And Aviva Makajima finally managing to pick it up.
Well, that was a big one, missed one field. Eddie Moore was well set, was playing nicely. Partnership eventually broken. And that he's going to bring to the crease David Benningham. And he's one that can certainly up the ante as well.
Eddie Moore walked back and he was hitting his pads in frustration. He knows that he's thrown a gifted 100 away. And it's the new man, David Benningham, another Protea, walks to the crease. And it's going to be really interesting to see how he's going to approach this. Walking to the wicket at 241 for 2.
Yeah. He's been off late. He's taken the attack to the bowlers. He's been a little bit more aggressive. This could also bring about opportunities for Goldrush Boland as well. Can they prize another wicket here just before tea? 5 or so minutes still to go for that. First right-hander. That came to the middle.
I feel that Boland might enjoy that.
Ah, change of scenery.
They just haven't had any chance to settle in.
Change of personnel. Lovely. Better Z's off strike and off the mark with that single.
Immediately.
Down the leg side he goes. Not happy with that delivery. He's van Berg, but he has brought about a wicket for Goldrush Boland. 243 for 2. 56 overs gone. A little bit slower again through the air. He's just mixing it up here. But round arm delivery.
Aviva Makajima, he'll breathe a sigh of relief now that Eddie Moore is no longer there. He was being pumped over his head every other over.
Well, now with Betters in, Betters might decide to use his feet.
I think
With the
he'll.
ball turning into him.
I do feel though that he'll feel like it's an opportunity against David Bedingham.
Yeah.
He's not. David Bedingham is not going to sit back and watch this unfold. End of the 47th over. West Province 246 for 2. This is the time where Boland will look to just try and squeeze a little bit. A new batter in. They do know that he likes playing a few shots. This is the time where you just feel that you can create a little bit of pressure.
Surely with tea on the horizon, they would just think, oh, let's just see this out to tea, go and take a 20-minute break and then get ourselves back out. I think they should just make it 2 half-an-hour breaks. 20 minutes. I mean, by the time you walk off there, you have to come back out.
Fair comment.
Two balls to go, over number 58. I think they've done well to catch up on a few overs here, Zaire. Maybe your approach was correct. Oh, cuts away from off the stumps.
The spinners in tandem has helped it over it as we move towards the tea period.
Well, with that ball being just bunted down back to the bowler, everybody turns around and heads to the change room. And it will be tea, just 1 minute past the hour of 3, where it is the World Sports Betting Western Province find themselves 247 for 2. Tony de Zorzi going extremely well on 138. He's got David Bedingham with him now on 2. Men out, Smith for 17 and Eddie Moore for 75. It's been an all Western Province in this on this day 1. 2 sessions gone. They gone off for tea. And we'll go and enjoy a cuppa as well. And join us again in about 15 minutes. We will resume this encounter on day 1 of this 4-day series match. Welcome back here to World Sports Betting Newlands. The Western Province find themselves in a very, very good position. 247 for 2. One session to go on day 1. Mainly due to the Zorzi on 138. And Eddie Moore, who got 75 runs. Bebe Makajima going to start here. He's bowled 8 overs for 33, or 6 overs for 33. Again, played off the stumps. Through the point region again. As always, Zahir Adams is with me. And Zahir, it looks like Western Province are certainly going to be well and truly above that 300, even close to 350 come the close of play here today.
Certainly does. If they have been going at more than 100 runs per session quite comfortably for most of the day. And you feel that with the off spinner and the leg spinner in operation, it'll give the new batter David Benningham just enough time to just settle in comfortably.
Well, the first session brought about 120 runs, so it's 1 wicket. The second was 127 runs for 1 wicket, so it's very consistent. Also, that brings up the 250. Another full bonus point goes the way of World Sports Betting Western Province. That's their third, their fourth. That's their third. Or looking at the abacus here.
Just too easy for the new batter at the moment.
Slower through the air, but again driven down the ground quite well. He's driven the ball quite nicely all through his innings. Just given that one chance when the score was on 90, where Clinton Seaman managed to find the edge and was dropped by Clyde Reach-Fontaine. If they go very well, if they go at the rate that they're going at, could be even closer to 380 here. Sean Van Berg will continue. 8 overs, 1 for 25. They've got a leg slip in place now. We'll probably see him use his feet a little bit more now with that leg slip, because he's been sort of tickling it down the leg side there, just off his legs.
He has been known to reverse sweep, although we haven't seen much of that in this innings. It was more Eddie Moore pushing the D point to the boundary.
That's in the air. Oh, he's gifted his wicket away on 141. Said he might try to use his feet a little bit more with that man just around the corner. And that innings, a very, very good innings, has finally come to an end for Tony de Zorzi. He was well set, 141 of 204 balls, 16 fours, and he will not be happy with himself.
We've seen 2 province batters now just open the door for Boland, because that's exactly what Tony de Zorzi has done there. Got 141 of 204 balls, 16 boundaries. But his excellent innings up until that point where he had runs for the taking, but seemingly just not hungry enough there to get a really big daddy 100 for Province. He departs. Province lose their third. And now there's two new batters at the crease in Verena and David Bedingham, and the captain, Carl Verena, striding to the crease.
Yeah, and that man, Sean Van Berg, strikes again. Strike just before the tea break, and he strikes again. Now with two men not really set as such, maybe Boland could prize another wicket or so. Boland turning to their talisman, the experienced man of Sean Van Berg. Man, it's taken over 500 first-class wickets. And he certainly made inroads here now. Still a lot of work for Boland to do come the end of play here today.
Spoke about it earlier, that Boland now have the opportunity to squeeze the new batters and just exert a little bit of pressure. It's arguably been the first time in the game where they've actually held the upper hand. First wicket was foul, and it was followed by a big partnership between the Zorzi and Moore. Fortunately, the Zorzi and Bedingham not able to follow suit. And it's just these lapses of concentration by Western Province that's allowing Boland to just keep an interest in this first innings. Province moving to 253 for 3 after 60 overs.
Well, Boland getting their first bowling bonus point as well. He could have hit that down the ground. He's shaped like he wanted to go over mid-off, Tony de Zorzi. Sort of just dragged it down too long on. It's a good knock.
Feel that if Boland can get another one here, then they could certainly be happy with the efforts.
Yeah, and it's again, they have to fight hard to get back into the game. Still 19 overs to go to the second new ball. Is that something they're thinking about as well?
Nicely tucked around the corner by Bedingham. Just trying to assess the conditions and the pace of the wicket. Wrap it over there by Makajima. Province 255 for 3, 61.
Must still be raining down or up there in Joburg as well.
Dolphins still 44 for 2. And up at Supersport Park, the Dragons are in a good position, 248 for 4. Van Libber has gone past his 50, he's on 67.
Much more regulation feel for David Bedingham. At least Carl Verena. Do know that Carl Verena does employ the sweep shot, and he hits it quite powerfully.
He sweeps it hard. He sweeps it hard.
And it does seem that Van Berg is cognizant of the fact he's just moved the deep square a lot squarer.
Well, with 2 right-handers in, now one would feel Van Berg is going to do a lot of the bowling.
Certainly helping it over at the long as well, these two.
Yeah, I for one was worried about it. Certainly looks like it's going to be might still be touch and go. Looking at it, might lose about 7 overs. Sort of one stage was more in double figures.
These two at the crease now, they'll certainly be looking forward to the test match in June. Full house at Lords. Far cry from the sparse spectators that we have in attendance today.
Not that many coming in. It is a Thursday. Now with the club season finished, hopefully we'll see more come in over the weekend. It's going to be a change here at the Weinberg end. It's going to be Keith Dudgeon. It's going to be bowling from this end now. Overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 24 in his work rate so far.
This is a positive step here from Boland. Can't have 2 new batters just pat the off spinner back.
Losing his footing again.
He's got down a couple of times, did you?
Look at that. And
he's not a small man to be hitting the ground like that, Keith Dudgeon.
Not at all. Driven straight to the man, fuller delivery. And that sometimes that's playing your mind every time you lose your footing and you just can't put your foot down like you want it.
not comfortable. He does get away for another single.
Calvarena, very reluctant to move his feet early on in his innings.
Early on
So,
in his innings?
yeah, but you got to try and bring him forward.
Fell throughout his innings.
Yeah, but I mean, the best time to get him is in when he just comes to the crease.
It's another one that relies very much on the hands and the
Yeah.
eyes.
Now that's bread and butter off the legs.
Provinceville, they'll be wary of not wanting to see this advantage that they do have. They've done all the work throughout the day, and just a couple of lapses in concentration has opened the door for a Boland side that is, all intents and purposes, really just drifted for most of the day. Not quite clear plans or what they're wanting to execute.
Here we see it again. Just spoke about the reluctance of Calvarena going forward. With the way the field's set, it looks like it's going to be short balls here. 4 men just on the offside, 5 on the leg. Straight to Van Berg, great hands. He's not very far from the bat.
Old ball, 63 overs gone. Not quite sure the tactics here. Does bring us to the end of another over. There's some problems. 259 for 3.
Bunted into the offside for 1. Oh, that's gloriously played. Through extra cover. It's not going to go to the boundary. It'll just be a couple.
Key with that stroke was Reina waited for the delivery and knew exactly where the fielders were. It just pierced the gap. Often players try and hit it too hard and they hit it sweetly, but it's straight to the fielder. And that's even better. They moved the fielder to the left hand side, and he just put it to the right of the on that occasion for another single.
Managing to tick the score on, still continuing. Partnership is growing. They're keeping the rate above 4. $64 gone. 265 for 3. Berg 2 for 34. Certainly the pick of the bowlers as well for Goldrush Boland. Still operating with 5 on the leg side, 2 men in that short mid-wicket area there. Just waiting to see if Kyle Rayner might just pop one in that direction. Your view is a little bit obscured. Mr. Adams?
It is obscured at the moment. Have you ever bought a ticket where it says obscured view? I feel like I've got one of those at the moment. Rayner drives through the covers and only be 1. Not quite finding the middle of the bat just yet. He's the province skipper.
Well, he's got time on his side, given the fact that they're in such a good position here. 266 for 3. 1 ball to go of the 65th. Another short ball. Just going to bring about a boundary. Brings about a single. And I must agree with you. I think, why not just, with 2 men that has just come to the crease, why not just go and test them outside that off stump?
You know what? Boland have played so much cricket at their home ground and in those unique conditions that haven't quite been able to get away from that game plan that's proved so successful at home. We keep on saying it might just be 60, 70 kilometers away. You might as well be playing on Mars compared to Boland Park down here at Newlands. Conditions are such a contrast. Do feel that David Bellingham is a little bit of a ticking time bomb here against Sean van Berg. He's showing plenty of restraint.
Yeah, he's shown that and more. I think he just wants to be out there for a long period of time. It's a little bit different from what we have come to see from him in the last few innings he's played. He likes to get after it, but I like what I see. He's on 10. It all depends on whether he's listening to that man on his right hand shoulder or maybe left, depending on which one it is.
Sneakily pushed into the covers for a single. Interesting to see also how David Bellingham copes with a short ball if Boland do persist with that tactic against him. He's had a few, let's call them concerns in the test arena. She had an interesting chat with him on the Indie Sports Show coming out tomorrow. Check it out. Where he was comparing the way New Zealand attacked him compared to Sri Lanka. Against Calvarena wants 2, but he's not likely going to get it. Brings us to the end of the 66th. Western Province 269 for 3. He spoke about facing Neil Wagner, and if you remember, Eugene, he really tore into the Kiwi and hooked and pulled with great authority, and Wagner, who's relentless, kept on coming and kept on going into the banks. Against Sri Lanka, it was a little bit different. A little bit of a skiddier, shorter bowler at St George's Park, and you mentioned instinct about Eddie Moore. He's very, very similar, where he was saying that when it's quicker, he's got less time to actually think about it, and he commits. Where with the Sri Lankan, it was a little bit slower. It was very well directed, but it was a little bit slower, and he needed to think: do I get out of the way, or do I actually have a go? And by the time when that happened, it was a little bit too late. So he says he doesn't feel that it's a problem. It's more a conditions-based thing. If the wicket's a little bit quicker, and the quicker it actually comes to him, he's a lot more comfortable. At St George's Park was a little bit too paced, and he wasn't quite sure of how to adapt to the situation. So he doesn't feel that there's an issue around the short ball. It's more just the game plan in trying to take it, whether to take it on or evade. Yeah, but you can watch it on the Indie Sports Show tomorrow. And he'll provide a lot more detail.
Well,
12 o'clock, by the way.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense what you're saying. And then maybe gives our viewers a little bit more insight into how batters, especially David Bellingham, looks at it. Because I was thinking here, because there's nobody here that potentially would rush him.
So that was where the question was leading to with him. So you just have a look at this delivery. Certainly nobody rushing Calvarena there. He'll pick up a couple. That was where the question was alluding to, that you get to Lords and you're up against Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood. These are some of the best fast bowlers in the world, and they would surely have noticed that there might be a problem around the short ball, and they're not going to be afraid to just dig it in short. And he was saying that actually he wouldn't mind that because they are quicker, and that's where the conversation led to, because he's got less time to think about it. And I'm going to say again, it's on the English Sports Show tomorrow. Have a listen, where he goes into detail.
Well, I'm sure a few people might just flick on at 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, the YouTube, the good old tube. Might have to veer away from the cricket for a little bit.
Just to listen to your own show. Well, so the event's happening. North-south is happening.
It's interesting how the cricket north-south's played up in the north and the rugby north-south's played in the south. Just evening it all out there, isn't it?
I think they alternated every year. I think it was up north.
North-south cricket's never
I
been
must
done
say,
here.
I need to go to Villa Clava. That's where I would love to go to.
Villa Clava
I'll have to
cricket.
speak to the powers that be on Saturday and say, listen, Villa Clava.
Are you keen?
I'm very keen. I'll drive down.
You'll
I'll take a bus.
that keen.
I'm keen.
I've spent the last couple of Easter weekends at the Kes Festival in St. John's. Mate, that's a whole different level. That is next level. End of the 67th, 271 for 3. The boys up there, up in Johannesburg in the suburbs, southern suburbs, they do it properly. Also, yeah, St. John's, Kes,
Cricket,
rugby, Easter weekend festivals, plenty of action. Up also at St. Stithians. Wonderful spectacle. There's no better way to spend an Easter weekend.
I'll be definitely tuning in, but
Let me just tell you this. Hospitality tent's bigger than me.
no, 100%. I can believe that.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
that I can believe.
It really is a show.
That's nicely played through mid-wicket. Bring about another couple of runs. This partnership grows to 21.
Ticking over nicely are these two. Comfortably accumulating the singles.
Just shows how good Tony de Zorzi and Eddie Moore was going about their business, managing to get boundaries whenever. But also shows how Boland have sharpened on their bowling.
Spinners have certainly tightened up a few things. And from a boundary perspective, I do still feel that Commons are rotating strike just a little bit too easily at the
Far too
moment.
easy, yeah. Agree with you there. Well, how long will Keith Dudgeon still be going? After this, it'll be 12 overs left to go to the second new ball.
I haven't seen Aiga Mani since that short little burst after lunch. It seems though that they are bringing back their senior seamer in Glenton Stearman, so there might not be any haste to get that new ball. It looks like they might want to continue with Sean van Berg for a lengthy period from Calvin Grove.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
think that's a good option. But here you bring your senior man in. He's going to be bowling, what, 3 overs? That's going to be about combination with the spin on the other side. That's 6. That means there'll be 6 overs left to the second new ball. I'm sure Boland would want to take that new ball as soon as they can, especially with 2 men still finding their feet. However, they have built up a partnership of 24. And immediately he's going to bring about a boundary for David Benningham.
Plenty of conversation between a couple of the senior Boland players, and certainly talking about how are they going to formulate a game plan against these 2 test batters at the crease right now.
There goes point back onto the boundary. Just a little in drift into the right-hander. Again, nicely played into the offside. That's over number 69 completed. 21 for 3.
Partnership's growing again, building. Saw a big one earlier between Eddie Moore and Tony Zorzi. This one's on 29, and these are the 2 batters that Boland would have said before the game if there are 2 men that are likely to hurt us. Because like the Zorzi, if they do get going, they do motor along. They're not batters that are content to have bowlers just run in and hit a mark, they will move the game along.
Well, now they're going to come through for that single. Just couldn't complete the good work he made there. Grant Rulofson, he moved quickly and smartly to his left. Just couldn't pick the ball up.
Gone all rather tame here at Newlands this afternoon.
A graveyard session.
Province quite content to pick up the singles because it's been made that easy for them. There's no pressure being exerted on by the Bolanders. They're rather waiting for a mistake to be made, like the Zorzi and Moore had earlier.
Oh, he's trouble.
And you speak about the mistake, and it was almost coming there. These two are very, very good mates, and I'm not sure if they would have shared a ride home today after that.
Yeah. Was the initial call of yes, and David Bellingham came like a steam train and then got sent back. Here's the first sweep shot he's played. 70 overs gone, 283 for 3.
28 overs remaining in the day. Not sure if we're going to get all of that.
No chance.
Safe bet.
It's
Safe as houses.
It's absolutely no chance that will be happening. And that's all depending on how the match referee, Lawrence Matruis, will be looking at that. It's not like there's been wickets falling. It's only had 3. Now we started maybe a minute or 2 after the scheduled start. That's about it. Otherwise, I'm clutching at straws, mate.
Certainly you are.
Clinton Stearman to continue. Oh, and that's going to be whistling past a man there at the gully area. And that's another boundary.
It just adds another dagger to the Bolanders. Everyone that they eventually do get the edge that runs away, you can see the heads just dropping even further. Because they know how hard it is to create an opportunity.
just shows how much he's in control of that pull shot by not just pulling it in front of square, but keeping it down on the ground, straight to the fielder though.
Another single does the skipper. I have to try and understand why your new ball bowler will be charging in with just under 10 overs through that new nut. Probably like to see somebody like Kamani or even Nyaka just bowl the overs away till you have an opportunity to have a real crack with that second new ball.
Now there's work now to do. Just be one. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that they're probably not likely to take the new ball.
That's the only explanation you would want. It looks like, and we saw how many times we see that down at Boland Park, where the new ball is like it's almost like a suggestion.
It's not a suggestion. It's not even a thought, mate. Hands on head again. It's a good finish to that over from Clinton Stearman. 289 for 3.
Just too easy, Eugene, just too easy.
Well, I've seen it all day, and I think the situation dictates they have to have a few sweepers just to stop the boundaries. But yeah, even for these two men, partnership now 38. Not so long ago we were saying 21, 22 was the partnership.
We're also saying it was two new batters and it was an opportunity to squeeze. And instead, they've been content to allow these batters to settle in and just start another partnership.
Oh, chance. Just past Sean van Berg.
Big man throwing himself to his right. We've seen him take a few stunners, particularly in that One Day Cup final. He's left on this occasion.
Oh, goes for the sweep again. Out away, back with a point, but good yards been made there by Gavin Kaplan. Saves a single. Another over completed. 290 for 3.
Still thinking 350 by the close of play?
Yeah.
Should be comfortable enough. Ronald has only dipped below 4 runs once for the entire day. And even these two, with just one boundary in their 38-run partnership, still keeping up the rate.
Ian Kamane back into the attack. Taking over from Clinton Steeman here from the Weinberg end.
I think this is a lot wiser here by Boland to get in. Ayagamani, haven't seen him since shortly after the luncheon interval. That was from the Calvin Grove end. He's now running in from the Weinberg end. Perhaps he'll have a little bit more luck from this end. Certainly zone in on David Beddingham's pads.
Just doesn't seem any zip though. Maybe just finding it still.
That's an interesting field placing. Short mid-on coming in. I say it again, and we've said it countless times today. It just feels that Boland are still at Boland Park. They're still, their field placings, the game plans of trying to pick up wickets in front. And yes, it's not the quickest Newlands surface you've ever seen. If you stick to a consistent line and length outside the off stump, chances do arise, as we've seen. You do get the outside edge.
Well, the field is now 3-6 lakeside field. Not accustomed to seeing a field like this at Newlands, especially not from a seamer.
Certainly not.
Yeah, I just feel today it's just
haven't been patient enough.
Once again, a loud call from Moranis sending a steaming David Bedham back. It's been a couple of those. They again, once again, survive any potential drama. Goes to 291 for 3.
What do you make of this? I mean, 6-3 leg side field, I know you're saying it hasn't. For me, it's just been, they haven't been patient enough, as in they being Goldrush, Boland, outside and off stump, bowling a good line and length consistently well. Have they been going to reinvent the wheel a little bit earlier? Or is it something you like? Is it something you don't like?
Gene, you've known me for a while. I'm always one about moving the game forward and doing things differently. Sometimes the basics just remain. When you come to Newlands, you got to be outside that off stump. You got to be asking questions of the outside edge. I feel that because things have happened for Boland fairly quickly this season, just not putting in the necessary patience here, or rather showing the necessary patience. Talking about patience, David Bedingham, he's been the epitome of patience thus far. Thought that little man on the left shoulder, we would have been screaming by now.
Oh, there's an edge. Fly spars. Aviwema Kajima. Kaplan doing the chasing. In fact, he won't get there. It's gone for 4. And if you're patient enough, you will find and prize that edge. That time just eludes him.
Second boundary for David Bedingham. He moves to 28.
I just feel here you should just be a lot more patient. Bowler outside off stump. Just keep going there. You can set the field accordingly. The reason I say that as well is it's not like either side here. It's got a man to bowl you 140, 145 to maybe surprise you with something different. The makeup of the side and the best way you can get the best out of the guys that are on shows, like Keith Dudgeon is a good line and length bowler, gets the ball to go away. That's played past backward point nicely again by Betters as he's finding his feet nicely here. Yeah, I think Clinton Stearman as well bowls a good line, good length, challenges both sides, both edges, off outside edge and inside edge as well. And then, yeah, you can throw as a seamer, you can throw the odd short ball in as a surprise. Capper's again in business area. That time he eludes him. So over number 74 comes to a close. 298 for 3. 2 runs away from another full bonus point. Umpire's just waiting for confirmation. I think it will be maybe a drinks break at the end of this one. Andre Willefeer and Abdullah Steenkamp, the men out there in the middle. And I don't know, maybe I'm old school, but both these sides have got still very much a chance of playing in a domestic 4-day final. I think there's just so much at stake and that willingness to get there. The minute Western Province are showing they need that, yes they are, and needing to get up the log as high as they possibly can due to the fact of the all-round connotations that's lying ahead. And the likes of Warriors, Knights, Dragons will be watching this game very, very closely. especially the likes of the Warriors. They've got it all to do in the final game.
I also feel that all the games on the high fault are going to be affected by weather, and that's going to play a role. Province were fortunate to get out of Centurion last week with a full haul. It's clear there that Aigaman, he's angling into the stumps, trying to hit the pads of David Bedingham.
If he bowls this ball out off stump, a few people will look at him because the way this field is set, he shouldn't be anywhere outside. He shouldn't even be on off stump.
Certainly is a patience game at the moment. Who is going to blink first?
See the third umpire at the boundary's edge. Looks like it will be a drinks break. Seen that silly Maron move back a touch. He's not venturing closer. Ron Rulofsson.
I haven't seen David Bedingham display this much patience in a very long time.
He knows his drinks, mate. He's playing for drinks now.
He hasn't played for anything for a long time. He's generally been C-ball, hit ball for the longest time. And that will take us to a drinks break. Western Province 298 for 3 after 75. She in a short bit.
Welcome back here to World Sports Betting Newlands. Still 23 overs still remaining in the day's play. 298 for 3. Western Province find themselves in a very, very good and commanding position. Here on day 1, Sean Bergson continued 2 for 51 of his 16. Will we get all that 23 overs in? I for one don't think so. Will we see the new ball? The second new ball? Oh,
I do hope
tell.
so. I do hope so, Eugene.
Time will tell, fella. Time will tell. Tie that off stump yet again. Saw an edge. Maybe in the previous over from Van Berg. That flew past Haviwe Makujima there. The slip. Nicely guided down. Cappers will mop up. Don't think they'll take his arm on. Another man coming back here to Newlands after venturing the 50 k's up the road to Paul. You said 70 earlier. It's about 56, isn't it? Give or take.
From my front door.
No, you're
Weinberg.
in southern suburbs.
We are in the heart of the southern suburbs.
From here to the 56 k's, I think.
From my front door in Weinberg to the gate of Boland Park, it is exactly 75 kilometers. And from here to my house is about 7. So let's take that off. Oh, you not able to thread it through there, David Bettingham. Some good fielding in the covers by the big seamer Glenton Stearman.
I feel once we venture to telling people the distances, we need to be accurate. I'm not sure which route that is taking us on.
Oh, that's a lot closer to mine than yours. That's for sure.
It's not an hour down the road, surely. This is giving it an hour and 20.
Maybe it's taking peak traffic into
I
consideration.
think it is.
It shouldn't, but it is.
Well, 73 k's. Well, you are closer. Every day's a learning day.
Do know that. Filled in that petrol claim for many, many years.
Did you? I do it for the love of the game.
No love out there, mate. No, love doesn't pay the bills. But yeah, down at under the table mountain today, and the home team asserting their dominance as they inch their way towards the magical 301 mark.
Just nipping back into the right-hander. This is a ploy they're going to continue, and if they are successful,
We'll have egg on our faces. But until then,
no, I wasn't going to refer to us at all. I was saying if they're successful, they're going to continue long into and past the 80 overs. Neatly played. Down to man at third man there, and that's going to bring up the 300 for World Sports Betting Western Province. 463 balls, 27 fours and 3 sixes.
fact, all the students have gone as well from Varsity College.
Elsewhere around the world, the Australian State Shield final is happening, and that's becoming quite an intriguing clash. Saw Queensland get bundled out for a long, despite having Manus Labuschagne and Usman Khawaja in their lineup. Being bundled out for just 97 in their first innings. Just followed up, and that will run away for a boundary for David Bedingham. It was followed up by South Australia, Jack Lehman, son of Darren Lehman, getting a wonderful 100 there. And now it's very, very evenly poised again. Queensland in their second innings now 177 for 3, trailing South Australia by 1 run with 7 wickets remaining. So that is an intriguing clash that's being set up there. South Australia, of course, trying to win the Sheffield Shield for the first time in a very long while. Previously called so their nickname is the South Australian Redbacks. Previously called the Deadbacks for not getting over the line in the competition that's previously been dominated by the likes of New South Wales and Western Australia, Victoria as well. But now possibly history on the cards there. What's happening at the Sixathon, Eugene?
Sixathon. Well, Travis Head, he's moving along.
Oh, that's the king of the sixes.
Swimmingly, I tell you.
He's the king of he reigns supreme at the Sixathon.
10 and over so far for the first 7 overs, 2 wickets down.
If you were a bowler, what is a good economy these days? Anything under 8?
I said to somebody the other day, in my T20 career, I'm glad to have gone for 8. And mine was just slightly above 8. I was quite happy. 50 over. Overall run rate or economy rate was 4, just 4.5. I was very happy with that.
Take those numbers now and run.
Oh, I'm running, mate. I'm way ahead of you.
Not so sure when teams were getting 120. Did you?
No, there were some big scores, mate. Don't you worry about that.
That is true.
There were some big scores.
Standard Bank Pro 20 was a real hit back in the day.
What you always want to say as a cricketer that swept and wasn't picked up by Keith Dudgeon at all. He was just grazing there at the railway stands there.
Still on the drinks break there, Keith Dudgeon.
You want to have won any of the domestic trophies on offer. I'm glad to say as a player I can proudly say I have that.
All 3?
No, one. No, one. Just one. It just need to be one.
Or which was the T20 or the One Day Cup?
T20, yeah.
Were the Lions?
Yeah.
Was that under
At the Wanderers.
against the Cape Cobras, wasn't
Against
it?
the Cobras.
Under Shukri Conrad.
No, Shukri Conrad
Shukri was
moved.
he'd
He
moved
just
across.
moved.
He'd moved
Literally
across.
that year he moved
He'd
to the
moved
Cobras.
across, yes. That was
And
the year they had Ian Harvey in the side, wasn't it?
And the Boland. The Boland was our coach, Gordon Parsons.
Yeah. Played in front of a packed bullring. That must have been quite an occasion.
Packed house. I mean, it's a more intimidating ground with nobody in it, but with throw 20, 30,000 people into that stand. Still celebrating. Oh, that is played. Definitely again, Kappa's on his bike trying to get there. And he tried, but failed.
In vain.
It's in vain indeed.
Do you remember any of those runners through the couple of mates in your team?
Oh, yeah. I still believe we got the best captain that I've ever played under, Neil McKenzie. Very good guy off it, but on the field and what he tried to get out of it. I remember it was one of the games, round robin games, and you got mic'd up and everything.
Were you the guy?
No,
Is that where your
no,
comedy career started?
no.
Right from the get-go?
No, McKenzie was on the mic.
Yeah.
And Garnet came for a second spell. And the first ball wasn't going to plan. And while he was talking, you get interviewed by the commentators, and Mackie just said, "Listen, just hold on a second." He said, "Connie, that's droth, eh? That's droth. That's not the plan. You know it. So just get back on it." That was it. Plain and simple.
Very, very direct.
Yeah.
Macca is a beaut.
First line was, "No, that's droth." Second line was, "That's length. We don't want length." So, yeah, we had a good side. Mackie captain. Alvera Pedersen opened with a guy, if you remember, Blake Snyman.
Yes, he hit the ball a mile.
Very good cricketer. At 3, would walk Vaughan van der Elsveld.
Oh, he had a good tournament.
Yeah, or maybe at 4, I think, because Mackie was 3. Then we had Justin Ontang Ontang came in at 5.
Content part of that side, had he not left it, I think?
No. Oh, that's beautifully driven. And he immediately holds his hand up, Viwe Makajima, because that ball, the line of it was about 5th stump, and he knows that's nowhere near where he should be.
Too easy.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who 6 was. Wasn't Matthew Harris, because what we did was Vaughan van der Elsveld, he was nicknamed the Wall.
He's the keeper.
He kept wicket.
He kept.
Holding tap was Garnet Kruger, Friedel de Wet,
Yes. Yourself?
myself.
Charles Langeveld.
No, Langers was
Langers
away.
left, he
No,
got left
Langers was
already.
away. Yeah, he was. No, he didn't leave. He was still there, but
Okay.
they were away on tour. This guy eludes me. I can see his name. And then obviously the spinners were on Tong. You know who played? Man from the Eastern Cape.
Taraiko.
Henderson.
Oh, Tyrone Henderson.
Yeah.
He came in there. He actually had a wonderful T20 career. Came down to the Cobras as well. Ended up playing for, was it Mumbai Indians or Rajasthan Royals in the IPL?
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah. Certainly. Played for Middlesex, that I know, in the
Yes, he did.
Vitality T20 Blast. Went up to the Stanford
Yes,
Super
he
Sixers
did
with
as well.
Neil Carter.
Yeah, that was a side. It was good. It was enjoyable. It was a good T20 competition for us. We only lost 1 game. Oh, outside that off stump. And now I ask the question: why can't we hang around that area all day long and maybe get an edge or 2?
I think we can just record both of us and play that record all day, because that's what we've been asking. That is what Newlands is about. That is what Newlands is all about. One of the 2 greatest bowlers to have ever bowled, yeah. Vern Verland and Dale Steyn. They certainly did not bowl with 3 men in front of the wicket.
And then in the Cobra side was a certain Adam Bacher.
Yes, he moved down, yeah?
Yeah. They had a good side.
Girl Wesley Hewley played for Western Province that night for the Cobras.
Yeah.
Keeper batter, lanky keeper batter. That's arguably the tallest keeper I've ever seen.
So I saw him doing a bit of coaching at Boland one day.
All right.
Very soft spoken. He's not your boisterous keepers that we see nowadays.
I remember him hitting 1-6 in that final at the Wonders, and it went over the stands, and it just carried on the iPhone sky.
I tell you one thing, that guy can hit a ball. However, a certain Vaughan van der Elsveld, who went on to play for the Proteas, I've never seen a more cleaner hit of a ball. You know, you do like range hitting and everything. He pummeled the ball all over the place. Well, we'll soon find out what's happening here after 80 overs. This is the 80th we're busy with. I can't see any of the frontline seamers warming up. Well, that concludes 80 overs. Well, by the looks of it, I'd see the new ball. The helmet's going off.
Does look like Clinton Stearman just had a 8 over break. And he's back in it. At least he's smiling.
Oh yeah, they always smile.
I'd be a little bit, but just have a few words with the skipper if you wanting me to take the new ball.
Well, it's still the old one, I think. No indication from the umpire, so they might still just bowl 1 or 2 just to loosen up.
I always thought that's a bit odd that you can take the new ball in the middle of an over.
That's cricketers, mate. I think he just wants to be the one to throw the ball off. I know several bowlers like that. One was Francois van der Merwe, Swiss from Northwest. There he goes. Had enough of that. Just the one ball.
What was the point?
Second new ball taken.
Please tell me. And now we have to change the field again, and time gets wasted, and all of that. When could all have been done the previous over. Eugene, cricket astounds me sometimes.
We commentators, we must just be commentating on what is
We're
happening.
commentating on what we're seeing. We are commentating on what we're seeing. And it is certainly bizarre. But here we go. Clinton Stearman, second new ball, 2 slips in place, and a gully. And voila! Why would you even have thought about it? That zipped even better than the first new ball.
Yeah, and the feet were proper in the toilet there from Calvarena.
PPC.
It's not going anywhere. Well, hopefully that will give Clinton Stearman something just to lift the spirits here.
40 minutes to the close of play. That's driven nicely. Work for the Dudgeon on the boundary.
Don't mind that. You don't mind that. You're wanting him to drive. Got some men catching behind the wicket. Still fine leg and a deep square back. Drives again. Will only be one on this occasion. Partnership's grown to 64.
Now we're entering. You spoke earlier about a game within a game. This is now a different part of the game we're dealing with here. Second new ball. And this is where I feel sometimes Betters just goes at it a little bit harder. He's been very circumspect today. He's wanting to be out there for a long period of time. 36 not out he's got. 32 to his captain, Kyle Vereen. And maybe Kyle, he's the man on his shoulder. Just calming him down, just saying, listen, we've got plenty of time. We bat out today, we come back tomorrow. We can show more great intent tomorrow and push on and strive for an even bigger total. Certainly is a different sound on the back, the whole new rock. 81 gone, 316 for 3.
It's one over gone with a new ball.
5 balls, man.
5 balls, my apologies. Let's get that right. Who's coming in from the other end? That's the big question. Sean van Berg, he's walked past the stump, so certainly not the leg break bowler. Looks like Keith Dudgeon. He started there this morning from the Calvin Grove end. Didn't quite enjoy it as much and was moved across to the Wamb again. But it does seem that as the senior seamer, Clinton Steeman, he has the first call on which end he'd like to bowl from. So it will be Keith Dudgeon from the Calvin. He's arguably been Boland's best bowler for the day.
Well, in terms of economy rate, you can say that. But he'll be happy just to be bowling to 2 right-handers as well with the new ball. Work for the point man to do. Don't think he'll get there. 4 more runs. And with that new ball, it can whistle off the bat.
It certainly can. And the outfield has been fairly rapid today as well.
Yeah, despite the morning dew, certainly when you walk across it was a lushness. But you can certainly see there has been a lot of cricket here with the square being used, and I need to believe they use that for practice as well, net practice.
They do these days. The nets are out of bound at the moment, so they do have middles since the One Day Cup. You know that MI Cape Town as well, they were quite active in the square.
So it has seen a lot of traffic. And how's Western Province dealing with that, with the net situations as well?
So they've just signed a partnership with the Western Province Cricket Club down at the Vineyard. So they currently, it's actually directly opposite my office. Have a look through the window. So they are currently doing a bit of renovation. The entire square has been lifted. Also the outfield's been scarified. So by next season that'll be the official training home of Western Province Cricket. I'd certainly like to see the ladies, Western Province ladies, play there quite more often. It's a quaint little venue. It's nice little setting in the heart of the suburbs, and you often feel that yes, you do want the women's game to grow and prosper and have exposure to the big venues. You also want a decent little crowd in, and when you get in 2,000 people possibly at a stadium like Newlands, you may not always feel the atmosphere. But similar to Boland Park, where you get in, you don't need huge numbers to create an atmosphere. I feel that the Vineyard could be a potential home for Western Province, and just women's team in particular, and creating a little bit of a vibe around a very successful team who lifted the Hollywood Bets Pro 20 for the successive year running last Sunday. Certainly have a star-studded squad. I had a look at it's neatly played, and will it have enough legs to run away? Doesn't seem like it's going to get hauled in. There will be another 3. I attended their final game of the season last week against the Dolphins, and I think they had a full 11 in the dugout that could easily have done the business either in the middle. A couple of under 19 players like Jim Porter, Kayla van Reineke, also Bas de Leer is sitting on the bench, the Dutch international. So plenty of talent that wasn't on the park, and yet they still won quite convincingly.
End of over number 82. 326 for 3. Bellingham, he's on 40. Reina has moved to 38. Well, I'm going to be the sort of one that sits on the fence here. How would the women see that? Would they welcome a view like that to play games at the Vineyard? You make valid points about. Yes, the Quainton is a very nice little ground with the surroundings as well that gives it its own atmosphere as well. But everybody loves to play on their provincial ground.
Absolutely, and I fully understand it, and that's why I said you want to give the game exposure. You want the ladies to play on the big stadiums and in the experience the change rooms and everything that goes with it. The allure of playing at a venue like this, and I'd even go as far as to say it shouldn't only be consigned to the women's team. Nothing wrong with seeing Western Province playing 4-day cricket there. Maybe is it a little bit too small? The Vineyard is quite a small little ground. Traffic around the circle might become a bit of a danger. I think that's possibly the only concern from a men's point of view, in terms of, do know those boundaries are fairly short, both straight and square. But from every other aspect, nothing wrong to see this game being played at the Vineyard.
You're raising different points there as well. The first point is about, you're talking about the women's game, and will they be open and welcome to that? That is for the unions to decide. They could play a few of the games here, they could play a few of the games there. No issue with that. That's well driven, number one. The other point you make is, I remember when we were playing, some of the 4-day games was up at the likes of Belleville. You can certainly go to Claremont. Obviously, it depends on.
I think Claremont another very massive option there.
Yeah. So I know most of the games. There's some games that have moved on to Western Province Cricket Club. You know that.
Northern's Goodwood, didn't he?
Northern's Goodwood used to be around. Belleville used to be around. And that, I think the groundsman here would welcome that and just have more time to look after his pitches. And the other thing is, and this is the point that Jeremy makes, is you're taking it out into the community areas, and we look around here. I think it was just around 12 o'clock. We saw a few people in, but that is potentially because of Varsity College and everything else. But who knows, if you take it around the club areas, that there might be a few more people that come and watch, like it was. Might be a few more kids coming to watch. It's probably more accessible.
Absolutely.
It's not I can't recall a bus going past here. The trains do. No, there's Uber services and everything else.
We don't have Jeremy on air to remind us how the train used to pull up when Eddie Barlow declared. He loves that story, doesn't he? In the good old days. Those days are long gone, unfortunately. There was no WhatsApp in those times, but word certainly got around that Eddie Barlow, the great Eddie Barlow, had called a declaration an hour left, and people streamed into the gates.
I wonder if he was the one that popped the first call. Looked for a 10 cents to make a phone call quickly.
But yeah, it's different times, and you talk about that particular final there that in Australia, the State Shield final. That's not being played at a test venue. The reason being, of course, is that South Australia they share ground with Aussie rules.
That's correct.
And by this time of the year, the Aussie rules side has first take. Again, they haven't made a final in many years, so when they signed it, they didn't take that into consideration, the lease. But the Aussie rules side has first take on the ground, so they've had to play it at outlying ground. And if you can do that for a State Shield final, surely some discussions to be had around here. You think of a place like Western Province Cricket Club, that brings us to the end of the 83rd over. Western Province 329 for 3. You think of a place like Western Province Cricket Club, not sure if you were on commentary with that week, but when South Africa A played England A down there, it's a bit of a vibe. A little bit of, there's a paddle court on the one side, there's some tennis going on there.
People in the pool.
People in the pool. The bar was flaying, and the balcony was quite a hub of activity. Obviously, a couple of people running on the running track, and also some young kids are getting after school coaching, and all of that just around the cricket field made it quite a enticing place to be for the couple of days.
Yeah, it looks like just going to come back to your point. Clyde Rees-Fontaine just getting some attention to a hand. Yeah, it was certainly a buzz, even with the local series with the SN 19 and SN 19 in England 19. Yeah. It was great. It was some good grounds, some good crowds at the game. So yeah, maybe it is something to look at. How can we take the game forward? How can we take the game to the people? That is what we need to find out.
I feel that the only fear down here is that already there's so little cricket being played, domestic cricket being played. There's not, and how do you keep this place active if you're already receiving so little games? So outside of your 5 SA20 games that you allocated, you've got what, 3 T20 games, 3 one-day games? Possibly, depending if you get to the playoffs.
It's 3 or 4 yeah.
What are you looking at? How many, less than 10 home games this season? How do you keep it financially viable in that environment? And then you start talking about taking away a couple of 4-day games, and you got to weigh up the numbers.
Well, 4-day games you don't pay to come in.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
there's no vendors around,
so it's only costing you money anyways.
Now you throw on bad light and the lights come on. I don't know. I just think they just got to look and see how best to take it to the people. Get interest back into this. Yeah. Because I think we both agree we love this format. This is where you learn your trade. I think what we find is when you go into school, all they talk about is T20. I'm sure they'll be talking now the likes of the six-a-thon that's happening over there. What's your take on the drop in pitches as suggested by
It's coming
in?
It's coming. Certainly is coming. Certainly do feel that the pitches in South Africa, right around the country, does need a bit of a revival. You see way too many turning tracks around the country. You look at Kingsmead, you look at Paarl. Even this one today is starting to offer a bit of turn on day one. South Africa used to be, even the Wonders for that matter, used to be renowned for pace and bounce. And if you go through the wicket takers list in all the competitions,
It's just spin.
it's just spin. And that could hamper the ability to produce good fast bowlers and also batters against good quality fast bowling. All too simple for the province skipper. He moves to 40. But yeah, the surfaces have been on the tired side, to say. And that's not necessarily a groundsman's fault. It's just
What they're working
the
with.
table that they have.
Just leave grass on, man. Make it quick. Just make it quick.
That's what apparently what Western Province wanted here, and they've been greeted with an absolute batting paradise. You fail the surfaces in the country?
Well, I've only I've seen obviously the pictures down here, and then went up to Boland Park. Well, we know what to expect whenever we come there. Even when we were playing, it's always had the slowness about it, and you definitely have to change your mode of attack there.
I've been at all the major venues around the country this year, and the Wonders in particular was a problem. And when I say a problem, in terms of not knowing what you're going to get, one day it might turn square, the next day it might just go past your nose, but certainly has been turning a lot more appreciably. Durban has certainly turned
Durban has slowed down a lot
over the years.
over the time that
Absolutely.
we've played.
St. George's Park seems, doesn't necessarily the old slow and low turn. It's more of a become a bit of a seaming wicket. And then you've got Centurion, which is an absolute batting paradise. So yeah, how do you actually just formulate good wickets?
Well, that's an interesting debate. I'm sure you can pick it up with Cape Fox tomorrow. Three, 3-2 for 3. We've seen a lot of that though. We've seen a lot of balls not carrying through to the keeper. Yes, that was down the leg side, but still. Maybe this pitch will quicken up as the game progresses.
Certainly hope so.
A little bit of footwork done, and Stearman is not happy about that at all. They come through for 2.
He's still having a word there with Ferris Adams.
He doesn't want to look at him.
Saying just some big effort there, pal. Now it's like they're bringing up the square leg. Is that the little fire that's going to ignite Linton Stearman?
Losing his line again, down the leg side it goes. Betting him 47 now. And 20 minutes left.
That's almost snuck through Calvarado's defences there, and Grant's captain just getting his bat down in time. Clinton Stearman, he's really trying here with the second new ball, trying to find that breakthrough.
Play can go to 6 o'clock. Play can go up to 6 o'clock. Schedule close is 17:30. However, they can get an extra half an hour that takes play right up until 6 o'clock. Just off the legs again, losing his line. So 13 overs still left. If it was spun, maybe they'll get there. Dudgeon to continue. Just to remind folks what's happening elsewhere is Bad Light has stopped play up there at the Wanderers, where the Dolphins are 83 for 2. That's beautifully driven through mid-wicket. Excellent shot by Bedingham. And that takes him to 50. It's been a well-composed innings, this, from the Protea batsman. And he simply looked very good out there. Coming off 85 deliveries with 4 fours. And it's been well composed. Northwest Dragons. The Bad Light have forced that one to be finished for the day. 252 for 4, the Dragons. Over the Titans.
or a polite inquiry. Nothing given. Umpire Williford, just indicating that that's one for the over. Height again. Been few and far between. Just hitting the bat nice and hard here is Dudgeon. One ball still to go. North for 47. Busy with his 17th. Played off the hip this time. Western Province are still going on. 242 for 3.
David Bedingham having reached his half century. It's been a very circumspect half century by the Proteas. Number 5 is certainly looked to set himself up for a very big one. Hasn't been tempted to, hasn't really played any shot in anger, has Bedingham. And Captain Calvran has played a similar innings. Putting big prices on their wickets today are the two senior men within the province lineup. Another single to the total. Province getting closer to that 350 mark. Bedingham turns another one way. team has been much better since that opening spell where conceded 5 runs to the over. First 11 overs went for 55. But he's certainly been a lot more accurate here in the afternoon. Straight to the cover fielder. As the train runs past, Newlands always been a famous little idiosyncrasy here at the Hello Ground. Wonderful stories of Adrian Caper, former Western Province captain, hitting the ball into the train and it landing up all the way down in Simonstown. We'll let you decide whether that's folklore or not, as Western Province moved to 345 for 3 after 87.
Oh, that's pulled, and pulled comprehensively by David Bedingham. They're only one short now of 350. And with the amount of time still left today, they could be going up maybe even 380 by the close of play. Down the leg side is trying to reach for Tain again. Has to mop up.
Arguably his first shot in anger there, isn't he?
Nah, this has been a well put together innings by Bedingham. Down the leg side again, a polite inquiry, but that is all that it will be. He talks about how he would come out in this innings, David Bedingham. This has been good from him. And certainly this is certainly how I know David Bedingham and how he can play. That's why I said you just don't know what the roles are or what coaches might be saying and how you must go out there. I know you gave us a brief insight into what we expect tomorrow at 12 o'clock from a conversation that you had with him.
I add to that as well. This is why he'll probably savor this little innings. Saying when he started his Test career, he was batting at number 5. And that was obviously in the absence of the injured Dem Bavuma, and also when they went to New Zealand, it was a bit of a makeshift lineup. When he got back, when everybody returned to the side, he batted at number 6, and that exposed him to the second new ball, and that changed his technique a little bit. At least not his technique, but his mindset. brings up to 350 for Western Province. All of 532 balls, 32 boundaries and 3 maximums, all belonging to Eddie Moore. But he said batting against the secondary ball, suddenly that was asking different questions of him. And also batting with the tail. We had 5, he kind of had a set batter, new ball was like 20 overs away, 30 overs, and he wasn't really coming to the crease when the new ball was being taken. So this is really feel a little bit pleased that he's getting through this period.
Yeah, I also think Boland could have bowled differently to him, could have bowled the ball outside at off stump, allowing him to come at it a little bit, maybe have a catch on the drive, because what we have seen in previous innings, he does drive the ball in the air, he loves to hit the ball on the up. That's where I would have had maybe, that's what I keep saying, when you come here, it's about having that patience of fourth stump and just hovering it out there. And when you see a batter like David Benningham, who has been out driving the ball in the air a little bit, especially when he comes in, they might have just missed the boat on that one. Encouragement from our Viwe Makajima. Smiles around, trying to lift the spirits.
Always need somebody in your side when the energies are flagging, and just need somebody to just lift you up again.
Well, he certainly does that. Ventured out there and when the rain was falling, and last week there at Paul. Certainly he's somebody that can certainly keep you entertained while you're off the field at Viwe Makajima. Ten overs still remain. That's the 100 partnership as well between these two mates, Carl Verreynne and David Benningham. It just shows you how Betters, he's actually so much in the zone here. He actually didn't come down the pitch to shake hands. It's not scheduled those.
Isn't 5 things?
No, I worked it out.
Because this match was it's half an hour, 6 o'clock.
This match started up was 10, mate.
Some people will be on fumes by then. Well, the shadows are lengthening as well. You might not get to 6. One for the over. The other thing to think about here is the shadows have literally covered the strip as well. Is the fact that the side screen on the far side is half in the sun and half in the shade. That will be the second one. Oh, the over.
Shadows have certainly covered the entire ground.
Very quickly, man.
As soon as it pops out behind that mountain.
Well, the second new ball was taken after 80 overs, and 9 overs later we're seeing a 6-3 leg side field yet again. It's now coming around the wicket to Carverena. Oh, clever, absolutely clever from the captain, Carverena. Coming around the wicket, he knew what the ball could potentially be, gave himself room and just ramped that over the slip, went for 4.
It just shows the amount of confidence the province batters do have. The team are well in the ascendancy here at Newlands. And now the skipper comfortable just to ramp another boundary. And now he gets a juicy full toss on his pads. Unfortunately not able to put it away.
"90 overs completed. 8 overs still remains.
So don't think we'll get all 8 overs in, Eugene.
No.
Especially now with Ayagamani coming, at least Maniaka coming back into the attack.
I said that from the get-go.
So he says this is up until this day. So now with the 5 points we have, after 4 points we come to the bonus.
So Boland so far have got 1 bonus point, takes him to 76. Western Province, with their 4, have taken them into 4th position, have leapfrogged the Knights and Boland. Driven. Work to be done. Oh, just can't get there, Keith doesn't. But that's 4 more added. And that is 50 for the skipper, Carl Verena. He's leading his team from the front here. He won the toss and without hesitation said the team will bat, and now he's just capitalizing on that good platform that has been set for him.
57 balls, at least 89 deliveries, 57 dots and 5 boundaries. It's been an innings of great responsibility from the Western Province captain.
And again, back-to-back papers, back-to-back 4s.
It is rinse and repeat here at Newlands at the moment. Carl Verena just stamping the authority.
Might not come off a bad light if he's hitting it like that.
He's certainly striking it sweetly.
I tell you, the light has gone very quickly here.
The moment that sun just dips under the mountain, that's all she wrote.
Now the thing is, you must be shivering because you've been cold all day in the sun. The 6th is still going nicely. 180 for 8, 2 overs to go. The sun rises.
Big night for the Boland bowlers tonight. Go back, get in the ice baths. Just try and put the feet up because you know you're going to come back and do it all over again tomorrow.
Oh, glorious. Oh, that's the best of the lot. The 3rd one in the over. Beautifully struck through extra cover for 4.
Now he's just showing off, isn't he?
Oh, here comes a light meter.
score on 373 for 3, 91 overs gone. And in fact, they are walking off. And I think they're going to take a reading, and that will be the reading that will be for the remainder of this match. And I find that very interesting. They don't offer the light anymore. They just say, listen, if it's time to go, it's time to go. That will be the reading. But what a day for Western Province. 373 for 3 after 91 overs. Carl Verena, he's on 61. Bedingham, he's on 64. All set up perfectly by that man, Tony de Zorzi. You've got 141. Eddie Moore batted magnificently well for his 75 and went to a reverse sweep. All in all, I think Western Province, as I heard, will be very happy with their day's efforts, especially after winning the toss and electing to bat first. And for the men from Boland, there's a lot of hard work to do tomorrow, and they've got a lot of thinking to do overnight.
Certainly has been a great day for the host. They elected to bat on a wicket where probably thought overhead conditions, a little bit of damp, might be a little bit brave to actually have a bat. But once they got through that first hour, which admittedly from Boland wasn't very good, it set the tone for the rest of the day. And Tony de Zorzi, followed by Eddie Moore, and now the big guns, Carl Verheyen and David Bedingham, they've just taken the game further and further away from Boland, who now staring at the barrel already just after day one. How do you get back from 373 for 3? And you can be rest assured, Bedingham and Verena, they'll only up the ante tomorrow.
Yeah, that they will. Rate is very good at 4.1. But as you said, tomorrow's a new day. And maybe the men from Goldrush Boland will come with new plans and try and get into this Western Province team. I don't think they'll get back out there. So from our side here, we will wish you a very good day, a very good evening, and a God bless.